Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The time is 6 o'clock p.m. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order. We give the floor to Councilman William Parker, Jr. to introduce this evening's invocation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I pray that everybody had a good weekend. This evening we will have our invocation given to us by Minister Veronica Taylor of the New Springfield Missionary Baptist Church.
Good evening, Council. First, I would like to honor God, who's the head of our life. Bow our heads. Father God, as I come humble as I know how, asking you to take the lead here in this council building, to make sure everybody be able to come together as one and listen and understand everything that's going on in this city and what needs to be done, that you are in charge. And God, I'm asking a special prayer for the whole entire world with what's going on around this country. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, it is so. Amen.
Amen. All right, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. We're going to do a moment of silence, but the list is long, so I don't want you to have to be weary while standing. We now honor those in our community that we have said goodbye to in recent weeks. In alphabetical order: Ziola Adams, A. Jean Adkins, Maria Aguiar, Lily Alexander, Bernard Allen, Garrick Bonds, Charlie Boothwell IV, Byron Brooks, Diana Bustamante, Juanita Chisholm, Erica Clark, Patrice Clark, Carl Cohen, Queen Esther Coleman, Kenyatta Combs, Benjamin Conyers, Darrell Cooper, Ramado Cotton, Kenneth Krosky, Ken Cummings, Mayetta Curry Martin, Paul Daniloff, Willie Davis, John Dixon, Don Donegan, William Eames, Kevin Edwards, Reuben Evans Sr., Stephen Ewalt, Thomas Figa, Jaquan Fletcher, Gwendolyn Ford, Virgia Ford, Clyde Frank, Todd Frank, Bonetta Gardner, Patricia George, Alvin Glenn Sr., Billy Goldsmith Sr., Anthony Graham, Wayne Grandison Sr., Rosemary Greenhouse, Wandaline Hall, Adrian Holmes, Roger Hauk, Russell Hughes, John Hunter, Tiffany James, Maria Jameson, Marvin Johnson Sr., James Keys Sr., Keys Sr., Dionysia Kinney, Diane Lewis, Sharia Looney Halliburton, Maria Lovo Rivera, Diane Lubman, Minister Aaron Luke, Mary Lynn, Jimmy Markham, Sandra McCauley, Rosia McKnight, Sarah Meacham, Carmen Mayado, Oliver Milton, Rod Mullen Sr., Betty Jean Noyd Mitchell, Jimmy Ortiz, Kathy Paul, Linda Pescor, Carl Pryor Jr., Michael Pullis, Lamont Quinn, Jeffrey Robinson, Juan Rocha, Mark Rutherford, Sarah Salter, John Sanders, Laureen Scott, Freddie Simmons, Jeannie Simpson, Laura Simpson, Robert Singleton, Bill Smith, Carolyn Smith, Lester Smith, Mary Sparks, Sandra Stewart, Art Stratton, Jay Stump, Frank Torres, Charles Travis, Eric Turner, Andre Wellens, Mike Wells, Corey Wheaton, Marthea White, Norvaline White Johnson, Roderick Wiley Sr., Daisy Wilkerson, Joseph Winstanley, and Michael Witkowski. Please join us as a community with a shared moment of silence to remember those names of those that we've recently said goodbye to. Thank you very much. Clerk Doyle, roll call of council members.
Carrington,
Present.
Goodman,
Here.
James. Here. McGinnis,
Present.
Nicholson, Parker,
Here.
Rutherford. Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, and we have 5 members present and voting. The other 2 are anticipated to join us this evening. Could I please have a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved. Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. That motion is now before us. Are there any amendments, discussion, changes, or clarification? Hearing none, roll call on adoption of the agenda as presented. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and the agenda is hereby approved. We'll proceed accordingly. Is there a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
Moved by Carrington. Support.
Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Parker. The consent agenda this evening has the set of the regular City Council meeting minutes from August 15th. Roll call and adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Rutherford. 6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. We are now at this evening's special presentation, the City of Pontiac Reestablished General Employees Retirement System, GERS and REGERS updates. The presenter this evening is the chair of those boards, Mr. Sheldon Albritton. You have the floor, and the microphone gets turned on at the bottom right. There's a button there. Thank you very much for being with us this evening. You have the floor.
Well, thank you. My name is Sheldon Albritton. I'm the chairman of the General Retirement System for the City of Pontiac. I would just like to acknowledge the mayor and the council. I appreciate the time and opportunity to address not only the council, but the retirees in the city and also the citizens of this great city. I am here to share with you information with this body that I hope will assist you as you negotiate the city and CPERS regarding the $400 stipend and the remaining funds in the old GERS. With that being said, I would like to share some information with you regarding the retirement system. I passed out earlier before the council, the number of retirees is about 1,007. And of that 1,007, 46% or 468 receive a pension under $1,000. I just want that to sink in. They receive a pension under $1,000, and that's a month. So I don't know how many of you can survive off less than $1,000 a month. And then you have another 124 that receive over $3,000 a month. So you see that huge gap. So it's very important that we come together and pass that $400 stipend with that money that is left in the old GERS and transfer it over to the new GERS. Because when you think about it, let me just share this with you. A lot of the retirees, when they lost that $400 stipend, have to decide between whether or not to pay their prescription or get milk or bread. You know, so that $400 for 46% of them is a huge amount of money. And as you look at it, Councilman, when you look at the payroll over the past year from January of 2022 to December of 2022, and the last time we paid that out was January of 2022. But if you drop down to November, when we did the cost of living, and that was like $4.4 million that went out to the retirees. But the most important thing and the purpose of me coming before you guys, I just want to make sure that you are informed about the importance of that $400, especially when we have the funding to pay it out to the retirees. I don't even know why we're still here 2 years later fighting over this $400. And let's just keep in mind, for the audience here, currently as of July the 17th, the system itself has $455 million. Old GERS of that is $55 million and some change, which will be used to pay out the $400 a month for over 1,000 retirees. That would leave the new GERS with $400 million. And it's important that we stay solvent, because if for some reason we're not, then it's going to go back on the city. And then if the city can't pay it, then it's going to go back on the citizens. So the citizens will be responsible to fill in that gap. The annual payroll without the stipend is over $21 million. $26 million with the stipend, not counting the other expenses of the system. So currently, if we was able to pay that stipend, we're talking about $5 million a year for the retirees. A $400 monthly stipend increased the payroll roughly $4.8 million. I round up to $5 million. Substantially of the retirement system could become a major concern if the funding and old GERS are not available to pay out that annual stipend. As is shown on the previous page, in some years the investment of the retirement system exceed the requirement assuming rate of return. However, in some years, the assuming rate of return was not met due to investment loss. I don't know how many of you guys pay attention to the stock market, but how it fluctuates, ups and downs and what have you. While the Board of Trustees worked very hard to minimize the losses, at the end of the day, we cannot control the market. Therefore, we're making a decision about providing additional benefits, and fund those benefits is important to think about the overall impact of those decisions. And really what I want you to look at is focus on some of the retirees, as I stated earlier, who have to decide between paying for their prescription, paying their rent, buying groceries. $400 would go a long way. So I don't even know why we constantly fighting over about this. Inadequate fund in the retirement system to pay retirement benefits could result in the city having to contribute additional funds to close the funding gap. And if that happens, in 2022, the retirement system has transferred over $84 million to VEBA to fund the health care benefit for the retirees. The VEBA is currently funded at over 152%. So that's like having a pie and a half. So I got a whole pie and a half of a pie. It appears everyone recognized the outstanding work that the retirement system has accomplished over the years. And we appreciate that acknowledgement. And I tell you, and some of the board members are here that has diligently worked to make sure that this system is well funded to meet the retirement benefits. As the chairman of the retirement system, I ask that before a settlement agreement is reached with respect to the full or partial drawing of funds from the old GERS, that you consider the information I have shared with you. Think about the sovereignty of the retirement system and the impact your decision would have on the current and future retirees. Let me say this here. And I'm all for the retirees having health care. I don't have an issue with that at all. But now they can have the health care and the stipend of $400. And as I stated earlier, over 46% of the retirees only receive $1,000 a month. Or less, yeah. Thank you. But then you have another 124 that's getting over $3,000 a month. So $400 is not going to make or break them. Their ends are meeting like crazy. But I am concerned about the ones that are not getting a huge pension. And especially when the funding level is there, you can have best of both worlds, your health care and the $400 stipend. Again, I appreciate and thank you for the time today. However, I shared enough information to enlighten and provide the board view on how your decision will affect everyone in the retirement system. So I encourage you, as your negotiation with CEPR and the city, seriously consider the less fortunate ones. And all my concern is that they have a better quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, feel free. We'll have, I'll give the floor to the mayor, who's the lead negotiator on behalf of the city of Pontiac in these deliberations, and then provide opportunity for question and deliberation for council members. But it's rare that we get to have so many former city employees in one spot. So I just want to say, on behalf of current and past citizens of the city of Pontiac, thank you and God bless you for your service to the people of this great city. And we'd like to give you a round of applause. In hard times and in hearty times, good times, you kept the people of Pontiac safe, healthy, protected, served well in terms of all aspects of life throughout our 21 square miles and for tens of thousands of our neighbors, including some that are no longer with us. You just heard us tonight acknowledge a few that we've said goodbye to in recent days, and some of them were city employees as well that we have said goodbye to. And so since it's rare that we get to be in fellowship with you in one spot, I just wanted to emphasize that on behalf of the people of Pontiac. Thank you. I want to give the floor to Mayor Tim Grimo.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. I want to begin by thanking all of you for coming out tonight on this very important topic. I want to also thank you, as President McGinnis already has done, for your amazing many years of service to the city. And you deserve not just words of thank you, but dollars of thank you, because you put your heart and soul into serving this community and its residents. And we want to make sure that we're thanking you not just with our words, but also by assisting you financially. And I know that that's the entire goal of funding and putting back in place the $400 monthly stipend. And it's something that I've been working diligently toward. I know that the chairman of the GERS board, Sheldon Elberton, has been working very diligently towards that, as have all of the members of the GERS boards. And I want to thank you, Chairman Elberton, for being here this evening. The primary debate, and we had a very constructive meeting with Cypria 2 weeks ago, and we'll be talking about where that conversation landed in closed session with City Council later this evening. But the primary concern has been not just about reinstating the $400 monthly stipend, because everybody agrees on that principle. The concern really has been how much of the old GERS funding should go towards the VEBA to fund retiree health care versus to the new GERS, the current operating pension fund, to fund the $400 monthly stipend. And what the previous settlement agreement that was entered into by the city way back before any of us were elected back in 2017, what that provided for is that the $400 monthly stipend would go away when retiree health care was reinstated, and all of the old GERS funds would go to the VEBA for retiree health care. So as we seek to modify that settlement agreement to allow for the $400 monthly stipend, we want to make sure that at least some of the old GERS funds go to the new GERS to fund that monthly stipend. And you sort of alluded to that, Chairman Albritton, but I would be interested to know your take or other retirees' takes on really where the rubber hits the road there in terms of, we all agree that the $400 monthly stipend should be reinstated. There's no disagreement between the city and Cypria about that. But the question really is how much of that old GERS should go to the VEBA versus to the new GERS to actually fund that monthly stipend. And so again, want to welcome all of you. Thank you all for coming out. Most importantly, thank you for your service to the city. And again, Chairman, if you have any specific thoughts to share on that, we certainly welcome them.
Let's keep in mind that we have already transferred $84 million over to the VEBA, and also an additional $8 million to help pay out to those retirees that wanted to opt out of the insurance. They are 152% funded. Like I stated earlier, that's like a pie and a half. Keep in mind, the $55 million that remains in old GERS is strictly there, if we transfer it over to the new GERS, is to pay out the stipend. Now, from my understanding, the insurance level that they currently have is like the Cadillac insurance plan. So it's not, by them not getting any additional money, will not take away from the health care insurance that they currently have. All I'm asking you guys to consider the over the 46% of the retirees that are receiving a pension less than $1,000. And the funding is there if you guys just vote on and make sure that that money is transferred over to the new GERS so we can start back paying out that stipend to the retirees. So they're going to have the health care and an additional $4,800 a year. That's what it all comes out to. So the funding level is there. It's not going to affect the health care insurance. They got $84 million already up front, plus an additional $8 million. If you do the math, that's $92 million. I'll be more than happy to entertain any questions, if that's allowed.
It is, yes. Pro Tem Carrington has the floor.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I've definitely been trying to keep a pulse on this whole situation since I've taken office. I guess my concern is I'm trying to understand, do council have the sole authority to make this happen? And that's the question that I need to know, and the mayor can also chime in as well, because basically, from my understanding, Cypria has to also agree to this, to transfer so much money into the new GERS, if I'm correct. So I'm trying to understand, does the council have sole authority to make this happen without Cypria?
From my understanding, the negotiation should be between the city and Cypria about that additional money being transferred.
So you are confirming that the council doesn't have the sole authority to make this happen on its own?
From my understanding, that's correct.
That's because I think that the council actually understands where we're at, as well as the administration. I think we all want you guys to get the 400. We've been actually saying that for the past 2 years, almost 2 years. So we definitely support that. We're just trying to make sure, we don't know how to do it unless Cypria and the city comes to some kind of understanding.
But if I can interject, and from my understanding, the Cypria and the retirees voted unanimously to transfer the funding over to the new GERS. So where I'm lost is that if you have a body of voters that votes to have that money transferred over, and you guys and the Cypria board represent the retirees, why haven't that happened? I have no idea. What's the purpose of having a vote if you vote on something and then they say, oh, well, we don't agree with it?
Mayor Grimal, did you want to offer further answer to President Pro Tem's inquiry?
Yes, and I want to reflect on Chairman Albritton's point, because I think it's a really important point. What the city would prefer to see happen, as the chairman knows and as GERS knows and as I've said publicly, is for the $400 monthly stipend to be reinstated and for that amount to be fully funded by transferring all or almost all of the old GERS funds to the new GERS. And what I hear you saying, Chairman, is that you agree with that position. The problem has been that the Cypria board has been opposed to that and wants far less of the old GERS funds to go to the new GERS. They have further
Mayor Grimel has the floor.
and they have further pointed out, as you know, this is the Cypria board, that the settlement agreement in 2017, contrary to our desire, says that all of the old GERS money has to go to the VIVA. And you're right that the Cypria's membership has voted in line with the city's preference, which is let's transfer the old GERS money to the new GERS, and that's reinstate the $400 monthly stipend using those funds. But for reasons that aren't clear to me, the Cypria board has historically, over the past year and a half, taken a position contrary to the city's desire, but also contrary to their membership's desire. But yes, it does take Cypria to agree to any changes in the settlement agreement. And the membership of Cypria is represented through their board, and their attorneys are taking direction from the board, even though the board's position is different from the membership.
Next on the speakers list is Councilman Parker, followed by Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Brother President. And as the mayor has stated, and
Microphone.
hello? It should be on. And as the board president, trustee board president Albritton has stated, and the mayor has stated, it has always been the new GERS board. Thank you. That ain't working. Thank you. It has always been the position of the new GERS board to take the old GERS monies and put it so that we could fund the account. And it has always been Cypria's position that they don't want to move that money, but they want to have that money. And so overall, I agree with President Albritton. I also agree with the mayor that the money should be moved so that people can get their money. But my question also becomes, if it's only 468 people, can we at least make sure those 458 people can get their money? No, everybody has to get it, all or nothing? Okay, I just thought maybe there was a compromise that could be worked out. But as I said, it has been the position of the GERS board, at least with the meetings I've attended all but two, that the monies that was in old GERS
Councilman Parker has the floor.
should go over to new GERS, and there's been some discussion. Matter of fact, there was a proposal put on the table, if you recall, that money would go into escrow until it was decided, so that then nobody would have actually control of it, and then that we'd be able to dispense it more properly. And that didn't work out with CPRA, and I believe that's where we're hung up with it right now, is where the money goes, because there was a period of time where the funding that was there was below the 130%. I think that was a requirement, and that was an issue to making sure that the money stayed at least 130% funded, so that when money ran out, it would still be funded properly. Now, that was what I recall from some of the meetings that I went to, and if that's changed, please advise me, because that was where I was.
Let's keep in mind,
Yeah.
the most important thing I want you to understand is that we have to make sure that these retirees are taken care of and made whole. Let's not start moving money over here, holding it over there. The reason why this system has been so well funded, I'm talking about the GERS system, is because of the excellent work of the board in managing the money. And if we would move that money over in escrow and it's sitting over there and it's making 3% compared to 8%, that makes no sense at all. So let's not even go there. Let's just transfer this money over to the old GERS, out of the old GERS into the new GERS, and start paying out this stipend to these retirees.
Next on the speakers list is Councilman Rutherford, and only Councilman Rutherford has the floor. Members of the audience are warned. This is your first warning. Speaking when you do not have the floor is in violation of the City Council's rules and procedures. Councilman Rutherford has the floor.
Good evening. First, I want to apologize to all the retirees that have to go through this. I think it is awful. Being that I know some of the people that are in this room, I personally feel like it's our obligation to make you guys whole. I want to say that first. But my question is to the administration. What is your timeline to making this correction happen? Because you just went to court I think it was 2 weeks ago, and what is being stated here is not what has actually been stated in the courtroom. So I'm a little confused on what is the city's position. So I yielded to the mayor for the first question, then I have one more. Take a shot.
So seeking an update from the court
Yeah.
case that recently
Yeah,
happened.
because what has just been said here is not what happened at that court session. So I am confused. So I
Mayor
yield
Grimo,
to
you have
mayor.
the floor.
Well, I wasn't at the court hearing, so I can't speak to exactly what was said there word for word. But what I can speak to is the position that the city has taken. And the Cypria board filed a motion in federal court asking the judge to order the $400 monthly stipend to be reinstated without transferring any of the old GERS funds to the new GERS. And it's been the position of the city that at least a substantial portion of the old GERS funds, ideally all of the old GERS funds, should be transferred to the new GERS. So we opposed Cypria's motion because they were seeking to reinstate the $400 monthly stipend without transferring any of the old GERS funds to the new GERS. And as I've said many times, publicly and privately, we agree with the chairman's position, Chairman Albritton's position, that all or most of the old GERS funds should be transferred to the new GERS.
Okay.
Follow up, Councilwoman Rutherford.
Riddle me this. Isn't the attorney that represents the city here today, couldn't he attest? Because I'm truly confused, because I know he's in the audience. I'm truly trying to get an understanding of what really happened, because I don't understand what you just said, and many other people don't understand what you just said. So maybe if the attorney breaks it down, people will have a better understanding. So I yield my time to the city attorney to have him get up and speak, sir?
Absolutely, I welcome that.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Clark, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I appreciate it, and members of the audience. So the mayor's explanation was exactly on point. The attorneys for Cypria, who were not the same attorneys who represented Cypria during our negotiations back in 2015 to 2018, these are a new set of attorneys who had no historical knowledge of what had transpired previously. And while we had started discussions sometime in 2022, even prior, they, unbeknownst to the city, filed a motion to modify the settlement agreement. And to the mayor's point, that they wanted to do so without any additional funding from the old GERS going into the new GERS to cover that expense. And so it was really a two-track. We appeared for a status conference sometime last summer. The judge basically sent us on our way to facilitation, which we abided by. And at that point, we're unable to reach an agreement. And the judge at that point decided that the motion had to be argued. We responded to it, and we were successful on behalf of the city to control the outcome. And that was the goal of the administration, was to control the outcome, not have a judge downtown dictate to the city how this is going to look or how it's going to play out.
Another follow-up, Councilwoman
So
Rutherford.
that means the city can decide on how this goes because because the judge no longer has. So if the city decided today that we wanted to pay the $400, couldn't the city, the administration, put that into action? Because we have people that are dying because they're missing this type of funding. I know you don't want to hear that, but it's real.
No,
we have people going, hold on, wait a minute. We have people that's going to not even subpar conditions like medical clinics, free clinics, because they can't get their subscriptions. I know this because my outside job is I'm a community outreach person, and so I see these people who work for the city that are coming into the medical clinic, and they can't even afford it. So can't the city, because you just said earlier, decide and put this into action today if the administration wanted to? So yes or no?
The floor has been yielded to Attorney Clark. You have the floor.
It's a no, because under the settlement agreement, 100% of the $55 million has to go to the VEBA. And as the chair of the new GERS said, that money, based on apparently the vote of the retirees, all that money should go to the new GERS to fund that money. So in order to accomplish it, there has to be a compromise between Cypria and the city as to how that money is divvied up so the city is protected, because the city is ultimately responsible for the pension system. 100% responsible for it.
Councilman James for a first time.
What was the decision of the court in response to CEPRA's motion to amend the settlement? Didn't they deny that motion?
Yes, the court denied that motion, saying that the legal basis CIPRI had raised did not meet the required standard. The required standard is that a court has the ability to modify a settlement if the document or settlement becomes what's called an instrument of wrong, meaning after a period of time, the document's interpretation is adverse to what the original intent was. And the court said there's no authority for the court to step in and grant this. And in fact, the settlement was the exact opposite, which is effective with the installation of the healthcare benefits, the $400 would go away. And so the court basically said, I don't have the authority to do this. If you want to do it sitting Cypria, you have to negotiate it. And that put us, I believe, in the best decision to get a deal done.
Excuse me.
I'll give the floor to Councilman James on follow-up. I just want to give the community member an opportunity to silence or vibrate their phone. Councilman James?
So with that decision by the court, we are back to the fact that the voters and CEPRA has already decided that they want the $55 million that's in the old GERDs to go into the new GERDs to fund this. So, you know, with that being, you know, probably the clearest statement of what we want to see happen, I guess, and the two entities that need to make that happen, the city and CEPRA. I'm kind of wondering at this point, you know, if the voters, if these folks have already voted, I'm wondering, isn't there legal recourse here with CEPRA? Because the city is not the problem. The city wants to see the people get the money that they well deserve. We're not the problem. But if there is a problem, and we've been in office a year and a half, and I'll tell you, there has been one stall after the other. And it's a never-ending process. And at some point, if what you're saying is true, that this is a decision that has to be made between the city and between CEPRA. The city's not the problem. So at some point, we're going to have to look at litigation to try to get CEPRA to honor what their own members have asked them to do. Right. You know, that to me is what the issue is here. Why aren't we doing what your members have asked you to do?
Any reflections, Attorney Clark?
That would be up to the CIPRA membership to address their board in terms of what they're doing and not doing. The city wouldn't have standing to bring an action against the CIPRA board if its members believe that what they're doing is not in their best interest. That would be up to the membership.
Mayor Grimal.
But again, to the mayor's point, we have made progress. We're going to provide an update to the board this evening, to the council, excuse me. And I think it's important that go forward as planned.
Okay.
Mayor Grimal for a second time.
Well, that's what I was going to emphasize as well. After that, and again, I just want to reiterate that the CIPRA board went to court and made a motion to asking the court to both reinstate the $400 monthly stipend, and to effectively send all of the old GERS money to the VEBA, not to the new GERS. And that's why we opposed that motion. Once that motion was denied, we went back to the negotiating table with CIPRA 2 weeks ago. We had a very constructive meeting with CIPRA's board, and we do have a proposal to share with City Council this evening in closed session. Now, it does not involve sending all of the old GERS money to the new GERS. It would send much of that money to the VEBA instead at, again, the insistence of the CIPRA board. And as the city's attorney just said, we understand the frustration, I've lived that frustration, that the CIPRA board hasn't been following the direction and vote of their members, but it's the CIPRA membership that has standing to try to address what their board is doing. And you're right, one of our greatest frustrations over the past almost year now is that last fall, the CIPRA board said that they would not have any conversations with the city about resolving this until they did their own actuarial study. And so they spent a lot of their members' funds doing their own actuarial study, which took from last September, October roughly, until just this past May, and so nothing was able to happen during that time frame. So it has been frustrating. I know it's more frustrating for the members and the retirees than any of us, but it's also been frustrating for us.
Councilman Rutherford for a second time.
I know that we're going into closed session, but I do want to ask this and we can't discuss it, but do we have a timeline to resolve this? Because I hear everything that you're saying, and I sympathize with what you're saying, but I look at it from a different point of view because a lot of people are making life choices because it's $400.
Yep.
And I don't want to be petty or be emotional, but it's irritating to me that they need to see an end. We cannot be talking about this for another 6 months, another 3 months. So give me something. I yield to the mayor.
Yeah, agreed, Councilwoman. And that is the lens we should all be looking at this through, is the lens of the retirees, both in terms of reinstating the monthly stipend, but also equally important, safeguarding the basic pension benefits. And that, of course, is what Chairman Albritton spoke about as well. So it's about both. And so we brought this framework before, we will be bringing this framework before City Council in closed session tonight. If City Council indicates that they're comfortable with that framework, then the next step will be to actually draw up an amendment or series of amendments to the settlement agreement and bring that before City Council for formal approval in the form of a vote. And once that occurs, which could happen very quickly here in the next couple of weeks, then the parties would have to go back before the federal judge and ask the federal judge to approve those amendments. So that's the process. In terms of how long that process will take from this point forward, I defer to Mr. Clark.
I mean, I would think it would be, depending on how quickly we can come back before council, and obviously CIPRI has to vote and get before the court. It's going to be a few months. I don't want to sugarcoat it. When you're dealing with fairly sophisticated documents, when you're dealing with a public body with a membership of over 1,000 people, and now you include a federal judge and his schedule, it's going to be a few months. It's not going to be years, but it's going to be a few months, and I don't want to sugarcoat that. And certainly, we will provide council with updates. I can provide weekly updates if you like, or, through emails and other communications, if that would satisfy and take away any concerns you may have.
On follow-up, Councilman Rutherford.
I just think people need some transparency at this point. There's a lot of there's some confusion. There's people that's frustrated, and I'm a person. If it looked like a duck, if it quacked like a duck, it's a duck. So if it's 3 months, say it's 3 months. If it's 6 months, say it's 6 months. I just don't want to be a year from now talking about this again. And then I just wanted to ask. I forgot the chair name really quickly. Chair, and I'm asking. How many people have been directly to 46%? Has it increased? Has it decreased the people that are no longer with us because of these actions, or is it? That's I don't want to say it plainly, but
No. Over the past, back in 2021, over 64 members have died. 2022, I think it was up to about 42.
So 60. Say it again.
64. And I think it was 42. Up to 2021. I think so far this year, how many have passed? About 28 so far this year.
Okay, so we are now at, make sure I got this right, we have 134 people who are retirees from here that have died in the last 3 years.
That's correct.
Okay.
So my concern is if they do not receive this money in a timely fashion, and I don't want to scare anyone, but we're all getting older.
Yep.
And this time, next month, next year, there's going to be another, if we stay on pace compared in the past, we're looking at another 30-some deaths by the end of the year, just by statistics. So I think it's imperative that we get this done. But let me just share this here. The CIPRI membership voted overwhelmingly to transfer the remaining money in old GERS over to new GERS to fund this $400 stipend. That's what the membership voted on. But for whatever reason, the board is not listening to the membership. So I don't know if it's the dog wagging the tail wagging the dog, whatever, however that goes. It's not right. When your membership clearly voted to have the money transferred over to the new GERS to make sure they get this stipend. And I'm sorry to hear that so many of our retirees have passed over the years. I don't have the statistics as far as the reason why. Was it because they inadequate health care, inadequate living facilities? But I tell you, $4,800 will make a difference a year in everyone's life. So that's what's at stake here. Thank you.
Any final questions? Councilman Goodman.
To drive Councilwoman Rutherford's point home, and this is a difficult question, but it's one that I think is important to ask. Other members in the audience who should be getting the stipend, if you have struggled to pay a bill not having the stipend, raise your hand. And that means any bill. If you had to sit here and struggle wondering when you'd be able to pay something, but even beyond that. There should be not a single resident who worked for the city for such a long period of time who has to sit here and wonder if they'll be able to pay their bills. As a person who lived in this, I up until a year and a half ago was making $22,000 a year almost. I could barely. I was paying half of my money in rent every single month just to live in my apartment to teach for my old classmates and the students. Siblings of my old classmates. It's ridiculous. No one should ever have to worry if they're going to be able to pay their next bill or not, especially not when it comes to health care, because health care costs money. Being able to buy prescriptions costs money. I mean, my grandma was a diabetic. Not being able to afford insulin would literally kill her. I know many people who have gone through that. But also to hear that there are literally people who are dying because they don't have access to this for one reason or another. There shouldn't be a single person in the city who dies because they don't have access to resources. That's my personal opinion. But it's even worse so that there are people who sat here and sacrificed and did so much for the city for so long. And we have a number that's now in triple digits of people who have passed away, and whether or not it be directly from not being able to afford something or the fact that it affects other things, we need to do something. And I think it should be very clear that we should be doing everything that we can, regardless of whether it's council or the administration or whatever. We need to figure this out fast because, again, there should not be 130 people who are not here anymore and it be related at all to this amount of money.
Any final questions or discussion? With that concludes this special presentation. Thank you, Chairman Albritton, for being here this evening. Thank you to the respective members of the impacted organizations. And I just do want to reflect, I thank God, I thank the GERS leadership of the past, I thank those that paid into the system and the taxpayers of Pontiac, current and past, that we have a well-funded system, that we have an overfunded respective entities, because there are many municipalities that do not or did not, and it has been very calamitous. And it's extremely unfortunate that despite that good fortune and that strong foresight, that we still have these final hurdles to clear. But I am still nonetheless grateful that we are in the situation that we are in compared to some of the other larger municipalities in the state of Michigan who are severely underfunded and have cut to the bone for people that desperately earned it and deserved it. With that, we now are at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials in the community that wish to have the floor?
Good evening, Council, Mayor, public. I am so happy to see so many of you in here. Now, I stepped up here to ask you to do one thing at the next general election. Make sure you get out and vote. Make sure your son, your daughter, your nephew, your niece, all those young people who find it somehow impossible to get out and vote because they feel that it does not affect them. It affects us all. And I want to say to the retirees, I am a retiree from the school district of the city of Pontiac, a member of the PEA, MEA, and NEA. And I am certain, without even speaking to them, that they support your actions and your efforts. So I appreciate all of your time. And as a citizen of Pontiac, I will continue to support you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Tamika Ramsey here on behalf of the Charter Revision Commission. This Thursday, we will actually be voting on the form of government that we will be having with the mayor and the council. I would really appreciate if we can get people in to get public comment before we make that vote. Just briefly, we are looking at keeping the strong mayor form of government with the mayor, an appointed deputy mayor who will have to live in the city and have credentials that our current deputy mayor have. We are looking to having a city council of 7, 6 districts, 1 at large. We are open to feedback. If you are interested, we will be here in the council chambers on Thursday, August the 24th, which is also my son's birthday, at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional current elected officials in our community that wish to have the floor? With that, we are now at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, are there any requests this evening? This is an opportunity for citizens to speak on an item that is coming before the council on this evening's agenda.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Ms. Beatrice Wright.
I checked, I came down and reviewed the agenda, and I wanted to address a couple of things. First of all, I wanted to ask, and I don't know if this young woman has done this before, but the young woman who is the Director of Grants and Philanthropy, and I apologize if I have lost your name. But I would like for that person to give a report to the public on the grants that she has obtained. And I would like for her to also explain to us at some point the various organizations that are government funded or government entities that give grants to cities. The other thing I wanted to talk about was GERS and CIPRIA. Those are acronyms. And sometimes acronyms go not understood by the general public. I want the council, whenever possible, to tell us what, I read what GERS is, but there's so many acronyms that are tossed about that if you don't ask, you won't know. And so just let us know sometimes what these acronyms actually stand for so that we don't sit out here and be ignorant to what you're talking about. We can get home and Google things, but still, there are acronyms that even are duplicitous, and so we don't even, we might not even get at it then. So because you use it, I'd like for you to explain it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Ms. Kathy, is it McNelly?
I just want to share that on the agenda for your city council agendas, it does spell out what the acronym stands for in both of the instances. GERS is the General Employees Retirement System, and CIPRIA is the City of Pontiac Retired Employees Association. There are a few acronyms on here that are a company name, and that acronym is their name, and that is a challenge. We recognize that, but thank you for flagging that. We'll always keep that in mind when we're at least compiling the agenda.
In general, not just those.
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Council President, Council members, and Mr. Mayor. I'm Kathy McNally, Chairperson for the Pontiac General Hospital Retirees Organization. The pension system basically was funded by Pontiac General Hospital and the hospital retirees. The pension system, hospital employees put in 5% of our wages every year from the date that we were hired in until we went private not-for-profit in 1993. The hospital also put in the required amount of funds on a yearly basis as determined by the actuary. Hospital and city funds used to be shown as two separate funds in the actuary report until 2004, when the city advised the actuary to no longer break those amounts apart so that it showed that the total plan was overfunded and they didn't have to pay. I have a copy of the Oakland Press article from December 28, 2012, that quotes Mayor Jukowski as saying, while some have noticed that the GERS is approximately 150% funded, as proof that it has been better managed than police and fire systems, that overfunding is the result of combining the former Pontiac General Hospital system, almost 273% funded, with the City and Silverdome systems, which were about 127% funded in 2003. The 2021 actuary report for the GERS system shows 1,035 retirees and beneficiaries and 97 vested and inactive retirees. Approximately 375 of those are hospital retirees. 5 years ago when I started this, the hospital had almost 600 retirees. Only one hospital retiree receives a pension that is more than the average city retiree's pension. We also have a number of our retirees that receive $200 or less a month, based on the fact that the pension was frozen at their wages in 1993. Hospital retirees were totally excluded from participating with CIPRIA, and we did not have a seat at the bargaining table. I'd like you to consider us also.
Thank you, Ms. McNally. Mr. Quincy Jones, Mr. Quincy Stewart.
Quincy Jones got way more. I wish I was Quincy Jones. Thank you.
Definitely my apology.
That's all right. That's all right. That's right. You got the first name right. I'm just here to address item 28. As a arts commissioner, I'm very proud to serve on that board. We're really trying to make some things happen. But on this Thursday, it's Melanie Rutherford that's sitting over there that's going to be singing and doing her thing. But I noticed on the 28th you didn't have the opening act. Right. The opening act happens to be Quincy Stewart. Yeah. So when you come out this Thursday, we're hoping it doesn't rain. We were looking at the weather forecast. It's supposed to rain Wednesday and Thursday, so it's hope. But I'll be opening for Melanie. So I just wanted to straighten that out, and maybe everybody can come and show up. By the way, if we do get a chance to play, I wrote 7 songs, all originals, and it's specifically for this concert and they're all about Pontiac songs. I wrote a song for Fish House Fats. I wrote a song for Hayes Jones Community Center. I wrote a song, and some other songs I wrote, I'm going to not give it all away, but I wrote a bunch of songs for people. There's only about maybe 3 or 4 people in here who even know who Fish House Fats was, but I'll leave that alone. But anyway, please come out and hear these original songs that I've written, and they're specifically for Pontiac. So it's an oral painting of Pontiac. So please come out and make sure you stick around and listen to the best singer. One of the best singers Pontiac's ever produced, Miss Melanie Rutherford. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
For those that didn't pick that up on the microphone, it's 6:30 p.m. this Thursday, August 24th, that Mr. Stewart was announcing. Rotary Park, Orchard Lake, Wesson, Walnut. Across from Hayes Jones.
Good evening. Before I speak to the retiree health issue, I would like to also speak to agenda item 11, which is the resolution to rescind the memorandum of understanding of December 31st, 2021. And for people who don't know what this is, it's Exhibit B on the agreement with Oakland County, and it is the promissory note by which the Phoenix Rising Terracina Group, the downtown group, would not have to pay $578,000, $208.99 that they owe the city. So by rescinding that, you're wiping that out, that debt to the city. I don't have to go into the details of that, but it's in the memorandum of understanding. I don't know whether, Council, you've had that included in your packets. It was left out a couple of weeks ago when you were considering this. But this would be on top of what would be rendered to them, the same group, who's going to get a nice profit of $19.2 million, which is $12 million more than they paid for the Ottawa Towers 2 years ago. So they're getting a nice little windfall, and they're going to be the biggest winners. If you do that, you're going to add another $500,000 to their windfall. But to the retirees, I just want to say it's so sad that the retirees have not gotten this additional stipend after all these years. And it could have been happened. I was so proud of the fact that I was able to, the settlement agreement, get the retirees' health insurance reinstated. And if you release the city attorney to talk about the proposal that we came up with during that settlement, by which we could have a formula to make sure that retirees get that additional stipend, then I'm sure he could find that. It's something that council could handle and get them their retirement stipend increase earlier than having to wait all these years. That's been sad. But council can do that if you listen to the city attorney. He knows about the plan and the proposal before. And if you let him do that, he knows that there's an actual study that the city would have to do in order to protect the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Darlene Clark.
I just want to share on the agenda, number 11 is resolution to execute an agreement with DLZ for the completion of a roads master plan with the city of Pontiac. A previous version of the agenda, which included an error not authorized by the city council, included the item that Dr. Waterman identified. That is not on the agenda. It will not be considered tonight. It's already been addressed in a modified form last week.
Good afternoon, Council, Administration, Mayor, and you too, Mr. Greimel. First, let me say to you, my name is Darlene Clark. I am speaking now as a resident. Let me say this to you right quick. On July 18th, there was not a council person from the GERS at that court hearing. Not one. Not one. So for them to come here, Mr. Albright, after the facts, and remember, when a judge says denial of modification, that means he's not stepping over those boundaries. That means he's not going to put anything in it on the terms that they want. I was in court. Now, let me say this to you as well. Pontiac General in 2004 bailed out the city of Pontiac. They bailed them out. Pontiac was going bankruptcy. If it had not been for the employees at Pontiac General Hospital, Pontiac would have been a crap creek, bottom line. Now, I'm going to say this also. This has been going on for 19 years, 19 whole years. 8 years of Waterman, P. Waterman, and D. Waterman administration. And I say P. Waterman because P. Waterman was on the council for over 4 years. D. Waterman was the mayor. We are now into this administration with Mayor Greimel and Parker that's on that GERDS council. Mr. Albright come here after the fact, and not one of his members are in court to understand what's going on. Now when I ask the mayor for an update, he bring in Albright. My question to you, where was Albright before court date in order to give people update to make a strategy? That's why I have a problem at. P. Waterman has helped prolong this. D. Waterman has helped prolong this. Mayor Greimel came in and said he wanted to make sure that the $400 would be given to the residents.
That does conclude your time.
I'll continue later.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
No. Yes, as a point of information, the last name is Albritton, and the chair of the GERS board, through their executive director, requested to present to the city council. This is a city council meeting. The city council authorized and placed that on the agenda.
Yes, Ms. Gloria Miller.
Good afternoon, everybody, former employees. I've been down here fighting for the last 2 years as you've been watching the council meeting. Now, you know Gloria comes to you straight. Mayor, and it's not personal mayor, former mayor, Mayor Waterman, Deidre Waterman, fought us for 8 years. 8 years she played games with us. And she right there, and she knew I told her to her face. I was on that council. She played more tricks than I ever seen in my life. And then Mayor Tim Grimer come and do the same thing. Okay? I was in court. I was in court 2 years ago, and I was in court July 18th. That's not what the judge said. That's not what he said. If you don't believe me, go get the minutes. There are some people here I see that was there. They didn't say that. They said that this mayor is fighting you. John Clark was in that courtroom. He got up to the podium, he said, and the judge asked, he said, well, I thought you guys had solved this. Well, Judge, we, the city of Pontiac, we don't feel that they should get the money. They don't want you to have the money. That's why it keep going on. I'm not going to ever lie to you because I work with you and I seen people die. Do they care about you dying? Hell no. Because I done seen too many people come up on that podium when I was sitting up there and said that they want. This is what's going on. You're being played. Now, I'm going to say this, and think about this. We got $45, $85 million. I said, we don't want no $400. We want a damn $1,000 more. Stop asking for a little money. That's a lot of money just sitting around and waiting for us to die, and nobody gets the money. It goes back to the city. We don't want 400. We want 1,000. Let's take it to the judge.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Ms. Patrice Waterman.
Order in the chambers. The citizen has the floor.
Good evening. I want to take this opportunity to thank council for allowing us to come and present to you this evening. You know, the saying goes, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So we've been on the menu, and we have not been allowed to be a part of the negotiations. That is the simple truth. I want all you retirees to stand up so they can see your face and know. We've had people who cannot survive or make it. And you took $400 away from these people. All we asking, and we've heard that the negotiations is going on, and negotiations, somebody ain't telling all the truth when it comes to these negotiations going on off up in here, because I'm hearing from both sides of the coin. So now let's get this one straight. The executive office is putting some things on the table, I hear, that maybe some of you don't know nothing about. As well as CIPRA, the membership voted to take the money that was in the old GERS and put it in the new GERS to cover that enhancement benefit. People are bringing other things to the table. That's why the water is getting muddied. And that's why this thing has not been settled. So I'm telling you today, take all that mud out of it and do what we asked you to do. Take that money from the old GERS and put it in the new GERS so our retirees can be made whole. I have a whole lot more I could say, but I only got 13 seconds. But you know what I'm talking about. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Waterman. At this time, that concludes our agenda address. President McGinnis.
All right, next on the agenda, number 2, a public hearing on an obsolete property rehabilitation application exemption certificate for 46 North Saginaw Street, HCP LLC, for parcel number 1429-434-023. We give the floor to the mayor and the economic development manager to be able to provide context before we'll open this public hearing where all attendees may be able to address the matter and speak their piece. Mayor Grimal.
Yeah, thank you. We talked about this property some time ago. That was in
Order in
relation.
the chambers. The mayor has the floor. We're on the next agenda item.
That was in relation to establishing a obsolete property rehabilitation act district, an OPRA district. This is to actually approve the OPRA tax incentive for this particular property. But it relates to the same subject matter. So council has certainly heard quite a bit about this property at 46 North Saginaw already. Many members of the public have as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger, to get into the details.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. As the Mayor mentioned, this is to approve the project. It is a public hearing. I will come back later for a vote on the actual project. Today, the project entails the creation of 16 units of single-family housing, market rate housing, 1 bedroom, 1 bath on the second and third floors, and the first floor will be commercial space. The project is approximately $5 million, anticipated about 100 construction jobs, and they're requesting a 12-year OPRA on the project. And so today is just to get public comment, and I will bring it back for a vote after this public hearing.
All right. So this is the former Neisner's Five and Dime that was located in downtown Pontiac. The private property owner is proposing it be redeveloped into housing on the second and third floors, since it is essentially obsolete from its previous commercial department store use. It would require an act of this city council to authorize it using this state development tool, using the OPRA, that would essentially take where the taxable value is currently and keep it there, and then that capture would allow them to help finance the project in an oversimplified way. And I just wanted to give you a little bit more context so that you know where we're talking about and what's being proposed. There was aerial and renderings that was provided to the city council at previous gatherings, and we will be reviewing that further at a future city council meeting when we actually vote on it. This is a public hearing. It's been posted and circulated. It's the public's opportunity to share your piece, say what you think about it, ask questions, and everyone is given an opportunity. You are required to state your name and address because it is a public hearing and the laws that govern public hearings in Michigan. So with that, the public hearing regarding the obsolete property rehabilitation application exemption certificate for 46 North Saginaw Street, HCP LLC, and the parcel number of 1429-434-023 is now open. And that time is 7:14 p.m. So if anyone wishes to speak, they can come to the podium. There's no need to throw elbows. We'll have ample opportunity for everyone to be able to say their piece.
Good afternoon. My name is Billy Swayze at 1619 Marchbank Drive in Pontiac. You said this is the old Nizer building. I thought that we have Pontiac Osteopathic, or whatever they call themselves now, in that building. Is it second and third floors? Did they change it? Is it the building right across from the courthouse? So if you could answer that, thank you.
Sure, and usually I would allow only the public hearing, but just as a FYI to answer that question, my understanding is that the property previously was owned by Pontiac Osteopathic Hospital, later McLaren Oakland Hospital. It's the building that had the glass and frames on the front. That's been removed in recent years. So it's a courtyard, an open space where there's some sculptures, and the building. The hospital sold that to a private developer. So it's no longer the hospital, and on the ground floor is currently sort of an open and art gallery space, and there's been some art gallery functions that have happened there in recent months.
Chuck Johnson, 21 North Paddock Road. I think that this proposal is really relevant. Can't get the word out. Relevant, because what's going on here is the developer is trying to bring housing into the downtown area, and if you bring housing into the downtown area, then that means you'll bring traffic, foot traffic into the downtown area, and that helps to develop what we are looking for in the downtown area. Because without citizens and foot traffic in the downtown area, then, you know, the city won't survive because nobody's going to come from other areas. If we got to bring people into the downtown, we need to establish some kind of way that they can live down there and do what's necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis.
I'll hold your time so that way the few individuals that are behind you can make their exit.
I don't have much to say on this topic except that I think long and hard about.
And if you could, I'm sorry, your name and address.
My name is Beatrice Wright. I live at 1268 Oak Lawn Drive in the city. You know, as far as approving additional buildings that go to renters, my opinion in this area is that we are a city of 66% renters. We're either going to be a city of homeowners or we're going to be a city of renters. I did speak to the young man who proposed this, and I said, why don't you build condominiums? You know, a condominium is a wonderful thing. I used to own one, but you own it. I think that a city of this size, and I understand foot traffic, but I'm foot traffic downtown all the time. Anywhere in the city of Pontiac, you can get to the furthest place in the city of Pontiac in 10 to 15 minutes. And so this idea of foot traffic doesn't sit well with me because even when I go to Detroit, I become foot traffic. I was down at Eastern Market the weekend. I was down at Greek Town yesterday. So I know that we should be a city of homeowners, and we shouldn't have to have all these apartment complexes in our city. We have far more than we need, and again, I want us to be a city of homeowners.
Good evening, Council. My name is Veronica Taylor, and I live at 160 J. Hubbard Lane, Unit 1, Pontiac, Michigan, 48342. Now, he's going to build these townhomes, these condominiums, or whatever they are. Now, we got to worry about how much they're going to charge these people, because the money that he's going to make off of, some of them can't even afford to live in the houses they living in now. We got these retirees can't even afford to get milk or pay their health care. So we about to get some money to let somebody come and bring something in there, and these people can't even afford to look into the place. Think about that. Think about that, because cost of living is going up.
Tamika Ramsey, 296 2nd Avenue. I appreciate that this is happening. I agree with Ms. Wright. I believe that we do need to look at maybe condos, maybe condo ownership. We have seniors in this city who might not necessarily want to be responsible for a whole house, but still need to live somewhere and want to own. I appreciate what he's doing. I support it, but I do think we need to look at more condos being built for people who are aging out of homes or younger people who want to own but don't want to have all the responsibility of a home. Thank you.
Gloria Miller, 431 Boyd Street. I wasn't going to speak, but it's ironic that you guys bring it to me. You know, God is good. He works with me. I'm working with a young lady. I left a message for you, Mr. McGinnis, in regards to her. But I'm not going to call her name publicly. But I'm going to tell you some things she told me. I live over by Updike, right off Updike on Boyd Street. And down in those hotels, there are people living in those. They're living in the hotels because they can't find housing. with the kids and everything. And they're paying over $1,000 a week to stay there. But they can't find housing in the city of Pontiac. And I was sitting there, and the Lord touched me and said, get up and say something. This is your opportunity, because I wasn't even going to mention this tonight. Do we know how many young people with kids living in those hotels on Updike? If you want to go one day, I'll introduce you to a lot of them. They can't even find, we need housing here, bad. We had an incident in this city already with a woman with her kids. Let's don't fail them again. They called me, she stopped me. I was going in a Burger King. She said, Councilwoman Miller, maybe you can help me. She told me her situation. She got 4 kids, living in a hotel, and nowhere to live. And then she went on to tell me about many more, just like her in those hotels on Updike Street. What are we doing, Pontiac? These are our young people. They got nowhere to go. And then they also stressed to me, you need to mention how the landlord treats us for the ones that are in there, how they don't take care of their properties, and then they throw us out when we don't do what they want them to do. We got a bad housing issue in the city of Pontiac. I went home that night, I put my head down, I said, God is just good, but he's not good if we don't help the ones that can't help themselves. Because our young people is hurting this city. They got nowhere to go, these kids and stuff. We got to get some housing here. We got to get something for the young people.
Are there any other requests to address the public hearing? Are there any other requests? There's somebody walking up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cameron Blunt. I'm at 451 Ferry Avenue, Pontiac, Michigan, 48341. I'll address the council today as far as last year. We had like an eyesore on my street, and I talked to a couple council members, specifically Mike and Mr. Grant, the mayor. It still hasn't really been addressed. Like, we have a lot of new homes over there, Habitat homes that have been there like 10, 15 years, and it shouldn't be there. Like, I don't get the actual holdup. They said the code enforcement has to go there, and they've been there a couple times because it was private owners, but it still has a lot of like trash, and it's not a good look for that street, in my opinion. We have 2 businesses over there, which is United Wholesale Mortgage, and they come over there a lot. And then we have a lot of new homes, so I feel like it should be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, this is the public hearing related to 46 North Saginaw Street. Are there any other requests to speak for the public hearing?
Good afternoon. My name is Darlene Clark. I hope you guys aren't tired of me, but I'm a resident and taxpayer. My concern with the project at 46 North Saginaw is this. If you allow an investor to come in here and charge rent starting out, the minimum is $1,250 a month. What else are you allowing to come in here with that price and above? Is that pushing our residents out? Is that having our residents to have participation? There's a lot of unanswered questions as when you start opening up the door for young kids or people to pay that much money a month for rent. And to some, $1,250 is nothing. To others, it's a lot. For people who are on Section 8, it's a lot. For people with children, it's a lot. Affordable housing, if you take that same building and turn that building into an 8-bedroom townhouse for people to invest in, your residents who pay your taxes in the city of Pontiac, to invest in, that would help the people of Pontiac. As long as you keep letting outsiders come in here and overpower with the cost and the price that they're putting on these buildings, then the city of Pontiac won't have a chance. They're milking the taxpayers for their own agenda. Now, what can you as council get downtown Pontiac, other than the Twin Towers, other than that middle section in Pontiac that's not owned by residents, it's owned by outsiders, people from Bloomfield? What can you give the city of Pontiac? The businesses don't own it. They're renting as well. With those $1,250 a month starting out, apartments push the small business out.
There's still somebody for a first time.
Good evening. Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive. I wanted to say, I'm just kidding, I got to catch up to speed. I'm familiar with this property downtown Pontiac. I think this right here type of development fits into the downtown, what the downtown is trying to do. And I think we do need to have more residential properties in the downtown because we're trying to have a more walkable, more live, work, and play type environment. I will say that when developers come and ask for us for something, we can ask for mixed use. We can ask for 80-20. We can ask for 70-30. They mix it in those type of environments. You can help some of our residents at the same time they can get market rate. When you do the mix, it works for Pontiac. But I do support this type of development for downtown Pontiac. The developer or the owner was here last time. He said he was going to reach out to TDC about possibility. I haven't heard from him. But I'm to be real, I believe this type of development does work for our downtown. Thank you.
Are there any other requests to address the public hearing? Any other requests to address the public hearing? Any other requests to address the public hearing? Hearing none further, the public hearing is now closed at 7:28 p.m. All right, that'll be before us, and council will be able to deliberate further at an upcoming city council meeting where we'll consider that action. Thank you very much for the community's feedback. We are at number 3. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of a zoning map amendment at 121 Orchard Lake Road from C1 to M1 rezoning?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman James, 121 Orchard Lake Road. This has come before the Planning Commission, and they've made a recommendation, and a public hearing was held there. This will require 2 readings. This is at least 2 readings. This is the first of those multiple readings. We now give the floor to the mayor and the planning division manager to queue it up for council consideration.
Yeah, thank you. Before I turn it over to our planning manager, Mark Yandrick, I do just want to identify the property for the public. This is a property on the south side of Orchard Lake Road, just outside of downtown Pontiac. So it's just west or southwest of the railroad tracks, of the railway berm. It's immediately adjacent on the other
Mayor
side.
Mayor Grimel has the floor. Mayor Grimel has the floor.
It's immediately adjacent to the railway berm on the other side of the railway berm from downtown. So if you have a sense as to where the funeral home there is on Bagley, right by Orchard Lake, it is right next to the funeral home, between the funeral home and the railway tracks. Just to kind of orient everybody to know what property we're referring to. And as the council president noted, this has been recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. And so with that, I'll turn it over to our planning manager.
Okay. Good evening. Let's get started. I've got a little presentation explaining the application that's before you. So this application is ZMA 23007. The address is 121 Orchard Lake. I do want to also say that another address for the site is 135 Orchard Lake Road as well. The applicant is Wholesale Heating Supply Company. The proposed use is the same as what it currently is. It's a manufacturing facility. The current zoning district is C1, local business, and the proposed district is M1, which is light industrial. And the 2 parcels that are involved are approximately 1.6 acres. This request is to rezone to allow for a future, a smaller expansion. This went to Planning Commission public hearing on August 2nd. Tonight is the first reading, and tentatively the second reading is scheduled in 2 weeks. So the mayor assisted in kind of getting everyone oriented, but I just wanted to show where this is at in the city. This is the railroad tracks right here. This is Auburn and Orchard Lake. This is Woodward on the loop. And so this existing business does cross several parcels. Now, and it does, some of the parcels that are down here are already zoned M1, so really not up for discussion. It's just this remnant parcel is zoned C1. So This is zooming in a little further, and I just wanted to describe that the large parcel, parcel 14, takes this area in red, but this little orange section right here, possibly part of the former Clinton River before it was sunsetted, is parcel number 8, and that's also included in this rezoning. This is a zoning district map showing the M1 to the south. You've got C1, which is local business at the site, at the funeral home to the left, down on Bagley, and also on the south side of Orchard Lake. On the north, you have C0, which is neighborhood business to the north. And then you have C3 also along Orchard Lake. And Orchard Lake, while it does not have industrial zoning along it, has a lot of commercial zoning as you move farther away from downtown. The applicant did provide this concept map, and I don't want to dwell too much on it, but this is their goal in a future site plan process, and this is why they're asking for the rezoning. So we have not reviewed it with the applicant any further, but I did do a little bit of a markup on here just to show where they're intending to hopefully have a future expansion of the business as the business has been growing. So, and this site, this would be on the subject parcel, but closer to the railroad right along Orchard Lake. I just wanted to highlight C1 and M1 zoning districts provide for different industries. While C1 is for light commercial uses that serve the neighborhood community, there are a large list of M1 zoning districts that are permitted either by right or by special exception. Now, this site is an existing business. It's looking to expand. And it's also the bounds of the business would really prohibit a lot of these uses from being there in the future just because of it is a narrow site. There's not a lot of depth to the existing property. So there are 10 standards of approval. I've kind of highlighted in bold just the summaries of them. Just is it aligned with the master plan? Is it compatible with the site's features? Is the rezoning evident that the applicant cannot receive a reasonable return on investment through the current zoning, compatibility of potential uses and surrounding uses, the capacity of city utilities and services, the capacity of the street system, the boundaries of the requested rezoning district are reasonable in relation to the surrounding and construction of the site. If the rezoning is appropriate, the requested zoning district is considered more appropriate, and rezoning the land is to be considered to be more appropriate than amending the list of permitted or special land uses. And finally, the rezoning will not create an isolated or incompatible zone. So with that, I really have 5 points for City Council and the public tonight on this from staff's analysis. The site has been used for manufacturing for many years, and the applicant is simply seeking to bring the underlying zoning into conformity with the use of the property. Number 2, the M1 zoning district would permit light manufacturing by right and general manufacturing by special exception. The site is already developed for these uses and does not appear to generate any negative off-site impacts. What was noted in the Planning Commission also is that they do take very good care of their property, and it's really important to support these businesses going forward. Number 3, the city's utilities and services are sufficient to accommodate the proposed use of the rezoning. Number 4, the boundaries are sufficient, and this is really consistent because the properties to the south are M1. So you're not creating an island of a special zoning district. This really aligns with the properties that are to the south on the west side of the railroad tracks. And number 5, the applicant worked with city staff to determine this district. It's really it represents the least change necessary to permit the type of manufacturing activity the applicant is already doing. So with that said, Planning Commission's recommendation was 6-0. Approval of the, I apologize, that should say zoning map amendment without any conditions supplied by the applicant. So while we did have some light discussions about conditions, there were none that were offered this evening. So really City Council is just considering the straight rezoning. So that is my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions you may have.
All right, so this requires at least 2 readings. This is the first reading. By voting tonight, we're just acknowledging it has been read for a first time. Residents will have an opportunity to weigh in, of course, later this evening during public comment, but also at the next few City Council meetings as well, in addition to reaching out to your respective City Council members. Any questions or clarification requested from city council members for this first reading. Councilwoman Rutherford.
This is my first time hearing about this project last week. My question is to the applicant, what outreach did they do, first of all, to the district? Meaning, like, did they talk to neighbors about this? How would it affect neighbors? And where's the letter that they're supposed to send to the people in that facility, in that domain, stating that they were trying to do this as a public hearing?
So city staff sent out a public hearing notice to all properties within 300 feet. That is a uniform notification that we sent out 15 days prior to the August 2nd agenda.
Okay. And so they gave do you have a copy of that?
I'd be happy to provide that tomorrow to you.
Okay.
Yep. So.
I'll wait till then.
Okay.
Councilman James.
Yes, my question is in regards to the various lots that are included in this, the properties that are included. Are these owned by the applicant, or are these owned by various entities?
The applicant, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the applicant owns 14, the smaller parcel right here that is 8, and 7. I do not believe the applicant owns 15 or 9, which are the two undeveloped properties over here. Is that correct? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong person. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Bradley DeVries, Slow Tide Studio Architects. I'm the architect for the project and representative of Wholesale Heating Supply. To answer your questions and clarification here, my applicant owns properties 014, 007, and 008, which is not labeled, which is the skinny one in there. There is this other one that sort of follows the contour that's actually not a parcel at all, and I think that's a result of the vacated Clinton River that used to actually run directly below the building and now is in some sort of cistern to the south of the building, but still running through the applicant's property. Okay. And then, while I'm here, just to clarify, the current use of the property is wholesale distribution. There's no manufacturing that currently happens, and there's no manufacturing that is proposed. This is only an expansion of the existing wholesale use, which is also permitted under the M1. We're just looking for some more space so that the applicant can stay here in Pontiac. They've been here at this location with this use for, I believe, 49 years.
Follow-up, Councilman James?
Just a question on, as far as the other, those other lots, 009, or the two 009 that are closest to the railroad there, are those, whoever owns those, are those folks, have they been contacted, and do they go along, do they approve of this overall change?
We sent out a public mailing notice, and 15 days prior, we have not heard from any neighboring properties.
Okay, and the blue represents the expansion that the owner wants to make. His
in the
building
future
will expand.
Yep.
Toward that. Okay.
Yep.
Any further discussion or clarification on this first reading? Again, it will come before us in future weeks. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution approving this first reading for the zoning map amendment at the properties identified on Orchard Lake Road from C1 to M1. Roll call on that first reading resolution. Clerk Doyle.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Harrington? Yes. Goodman?
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The first reading has been read. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of a zoning map amendment at 1075 East Walton Boulevard from R1 to C1 rezoning? This is our first reading in a similar fashion to what we've just considered. Is there so moved?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. It is now before us. Mayor and Planning Division Manager, you have the floor to provide context for this first reading.
Thank you. This is a proposal from a applicant, the applicant who currently owns the Carnival Market strip mall at the northeast corner of Giddings and Walton, to develop a similar commercial area or retail area at the northwest corner of Giddings and Walton. This, like the previous item, has come to us via recommendation from the Planning Commission. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Planning Manager.
There we go. Thank you. All right, so this second application tonight is a zoning map amendment, case ZMA 23009. The address is 1075 East Walton Boulevard. One of the other parcels listed is 1023 East Walton, but this application is under 1075. The applicant is Jason IR. The proposed use is commercial or commercial retail. The current zoning district is R1, which is one family residential, and the proposed district is C1, which is local business. The approximate acreage for this is 2.89 acres, and it's to permit the development of these parcels into a commercial retail complex. And I just want to, it's 2.89, so. This went to Planning Commission in an informational session in July. In August 2nd, the Planning Commission public hearing was held, and tonight is the first reading, and again, this is tentatively scheduled for the City Council's second reading. So these are the 4 parcels involved in the rezoning on the northwest corner of Giddings and Walton. This is the zoning map, just highlighting these properties. I just want to give everyone some orientation. So down here in the bottom left is R1A, which is larger. It's medium size, but it's larger than the typical R1 zoning district. This block that the subject property is located is R1, which is the traditional one-family zoning district. This pink is C1, which is where the Carnival Market is located right here. And then to the southeast is R3, which is multiple family dwellings. So as you can tell here, there are a lot of different zoning districts and a lot of different land use types that are within the zoning districts of this major intersection in the city. I'm just going to highlight this slide. There's just the differences between R1 and C1 are slightly different. C1 allows for more commercial uses such as bakeries, banks, restaurants, funeral homes, learning centers, medical clinics, retail community centers, and additional permitted uses are allowed with some special exception. The setback requirements are just slightly different. I have that for reference, but this is a large enough site that the applicant should be able to meet the setback requirements both for the building and for parking. To get oriented with the site, I do have a few photos. This was taken at the intersection of Giddings and Walton, looking northwest at the site. As you can tell, it is wooded. There is one house currently on the property on the very western parcel of Walton, but other than that, this is a vacant property that has been undeveloped for some time. So. And then this is also in East Walton, looking back towards the intersection, and the subject properties to the left. The applicant provided this concept plan, and again, this is not something that has been reviewed at a site plan level, but this would show what the applicant is looking to do with the property, and it's to have some commercial retail spaces here in the center part with parking in the front and parking in the back. This is a 10-foot buffer that they are offering. We had a lot of discussions with the applicant about, what can you do about this residential buffer between the residential properties and the parking lot. Our code requires a minimum of 5 feet with a wall, 10 feet without a wall. We tried to see if, at a staff level, if we could talk any further than that, but the applicant was able to provide this at 10 feet. Nothing is binding. He has not offered this as a formal condition, but I wanted to give you some perspective to the neighboring residential properties. And then what is to the western property here is a future phase, which would not be, is not proposed at this time. So Again, there are 10 standards of approval for a rezoning that City Council should consider. I will not repeat any of these. If you have any questions about them, I'd be happy to review them with you further. There's an analysis of this in the staff report. There are just a few summary points. This site has been zoned this way at least since 2012 and likely long before that, and has really not solicited interest from developers. This lack of interest indicates the zoning is misaligned with the optimal use of the property. And I say that because there's a lot of traffic that runs both on Giddings and Walton. And so it may be a little bit more challenging to get an interested residential user on this corner. The C1 zoning district would introduce a higher intensity use than what would be permitted otherwise. It can, as a commercial operation, pose risks to neighboring residents. And the applicant is definitely committed to offering proper buffers and screening to protect those adjacent residential properties. City utilities and services are sufficient to accommodate the proposed use. And as we mentioned, at the northwest corner of Giddings and Walden, both streets have high volumes of traffic and can easily accommodate more commercial uses than what is there now. The applicant worked with city staff to determine the zoning district for the property, and the C1 zoning district was selected as it represents the least change necessary to permit this type of commercial development that the applicant desires. And because of the C1 across the street on Giddings, because of the multifamily residential on the southeast corner of that intersection, this requested rezoning will not create an isolated or incompatible zone, and it really should align with the character of this intersection and the land uses there. So Planning Commission at the public hearing recommended approval of the zoning map amendment. I apologize, 7-0, without any conditions supplied by the applicant. So that is my staff report. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to entertain them. Thank you.
Again, this is the first reading. It will be before City Council at least one additional time. We give the floor to Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. My question is, if I recall, a portion of the previous council had addressed this property before, and I thought it was rezoned because they was going to put a medical building there at some point. Have that property been sold now to somebody else to do something else with?
I don't believe that rezoning ever went through, but I can definitely research this before the second reading. And we use BSNA to do a lot of research on these parcels, and I can say in our research we did not see any evidence of that rezoning within our records.
And also, one of the reasons that I asked that question is because right across the street from that is the Notre Dame Montessori School.
Correct.
And 500 yards, probably 200 yards down the street is Notre Dame High School.
Yep.
And so how are we going to deal with that? Because one of the issues that came up even for that rezoning was, has there been a traffic study? Is there appropriate utilities to be used for that process? And have those things been addressed even now with this act of rezoning?
One of the things that we can provide a little bit more for the second reading is an analysis of what 2.9 acres is expected to draw in terms of traffic generation. And so I can provide that at second reading to do that. And And
my last question.
Sure.
I know when you showed the picture, it looked wooded, but right behind that wood, less than about 10 yards, is a house.
Correct.
So is that house going to be impacted by this move, and what are we going to do with that?
Yeah.
And I don't think he's...
So really, and Councilman Parker, I think what you're referring to is this house right here. It's not part of the rezoning, and it really would need to be buffered. So the applicant adjacent to residential would have to provide significant landscape screening on that north side between the property line and the parking lot.
Okay. And to the west of that, there's also a house. Did they purchase that house?
They did purchase this property right here, and there is a house on it. So,
okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman James.
What is the entrance to the house there? Is the entrance Giddings Road? Is that person able to enter their property from Giddings Road, or what's the property entrance?
If I may, can I just confirm? Are we talking about this house?
That one, yeah.
This,
yeah, no, yeah.
This one right here?
Yes.
So they have two entrances along Giddings, it looks like, and that will not change as part of this proposal. And I think working with the applicant, we'll try to make sure that there's as much buffer distance as possible while staying away from the intersection.
So the house is facing Giddings Road?
This one is facing Giddings,
Okay,
correct.
okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
What is the previous history of this applicant with his properties that warranted you guys to give them a 7-0 approval?
So a lot of the discussion of Planning Commission has to do with his existing development, which is right here, which is the Carnival Market, and frankly, they're very full of tenants, so they need additional space. So that's our history with him.
I'm referring to his upkeep of his properties.
Yeah.
That's what I'm referring to.
So, I mean, I can go, I don't fully know his property history in terms of maintaining properties, but I've been told it's a good reputation, so.
You should go out there.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and I have been out there, but I'll go out there again.
Yes.
Yep.
At night.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Further discussion? Since it was invoked, Mr. Yender doesn't have a vote on the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission heard and had the opportunity for a public hearing on that, and there was a very positive reflection when it came to the Dogwoods restaurant, the new restaurant that the applicant. Right. Well, that's one of the applicant's properties. So it was invoked at the Planning Commission meeting, and so that was taken into consideration per the question raised. Councilman Rutherford?
Yeah, I'm talking about the laundromat. I'm talking about the Family Dollars. I'm talking about the Spanish store. I'm talking behind the Spanish store. And the reason why I know this is because I use the laundromat, and it don't be clean out there. And if you would like to, I'm really good at filming stuff, and I can film it so that y'all can see it. That's my key, so that people can't lie, because people lie, but cameras don't. So my concern is how he keeps his property. That's what my concern is. Because I'm all for business and advancement, but how you keep your property is a reflection of how you are as a landlord. And as a renter, I go through this every month. So again, I'd like to see some, more support in that regard. Can't tell them what to do, just tell them where I'm at with it. Do you understand?
Yep.
I knew that you could. Thank you.
Further discussion on the first reading? Hearing no further discussion, what we have before us is the resolution to approve the first reading of a zoning map amendment at 1075 East Walton Boulevard from R1 to C1. This vote acknowledges that it has been read for a first time and will be back before City Council for further consideration. Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
This for the read, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, for the read.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
7 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution for the first reading has been approved. Number 5, is there a motion to adopt the resolution honoring the life and service of retired Pontiac Police Chief Larry Miracle?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Parker. Larry Miracle was a city employee for the City of Pontiac's Police Department, ultimately retiring as chief of the Pontiac Police Department. He recently passed away in recent weeks, and so we honor his life as well as his service to the City of Pontiac for the late Larry Miracle. Order in the chambers. Is there a motion to, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on the motion honoring the life and service of Chief Larry Miracle? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Number 6, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the proposed budget amendment?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Pro Tem Carrington. This budget amendment would increase the budgeted revenues in the amount of $7,497,100 to account 445,000,539.000 OPDCON, and appropriations in the amount of $1,250,000 to account 445,451,974.074 OPDCON, $1,565,000 to account 445,463,974.072 OPDCON, $1,930,000 to account 445,451,974.001 OPDCON, $1,423,500 to account 445-000-539.000 OPDCON, and $1,328,600 to account 445-000-539.000 OPDCON to reflect the Michigan Enhancement Grant. This was before us when we authorized the posting 2 weeks ago for this budget amendment. It was previously before us for a special presentation and other steps for this $7.5 million received from the state of Michigan in previous months to make enhancements as it relates to an Opdyke Road connector, the Clinton River Trail, and Murphy Park enhancements. So that's the budget amendment. Mayor and administration, you have the floor.
Thank you. This, as you've touched on, and as we discussed when we voted and when council voted to publish the proposed budget amendment, relates to funding that's been provided by the state of Michigan in connection with the construction of a concrete plant behind United Wholesale Mortgage and the associated donation of about 62 acres of property to the city to more than double the size of Murphy Park. And this funding would be used for two purposes. A relatively small portion of the funding would be used to build a drive to provide direct access for that concrete plant out to Updike Road, a county road, so that those concrete trucks do not use city roads. The other portion, most of that funding, will be used to improve and reconnect the Clinton River Trail between Updike and Martin Luther King Boulevard. And in order to do that, we need to amend the city's budget to properly allocate the funding into the relevant pots for those purposes. So with that, I'll invite our grants director, Alex Borngesser, to the podium to share any additional thoughts she may have, but also to answer any questions the city council might have.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing further to add. The budget amendment as presented is pretty clear. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford?
Good evening, Ms. Borngesser. Was this a grant that you pursued from your amazing grant department?
So this grant was truly a partnership. This was pursued as an appropriation from the state government, and then it was applied for by my team through the Michigan Enhancement Grant Program. We utilize specialty expertise from engineers and DPW because we do work as a team on all of these grants, and pursued it in that way by building a budget and preliminary cost estimates. Chad Finley from Noack and Frous and I partnered to make sure we left no money on the table, and then submitted the grant application in a timely fashion to secure the resources.
Follow-up question. So the totality of the grant that you pursue with the grant department is $7.5 million?
That's correct.
Has this grant ever been granted to this city ever before?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? As you may recall, the city of Pontiac received many dozens of donated acres to Murphy Park, doubling the size of Murphy Park. And this is one sort of after element and related dynamic to the activities that happened in relation to the Clinton River Trail, Murphy Park expansion, and the new business expansion in this vicinity, Bradford Drive. I want to give the right address, but in that vicinity behind the United Wholesale Mortgage commercial operations. All right. Any further discussion? Clarifications needed. So again, this was before us a few weeks ago. This is taking the $7.5 million received, new money by the city of Pontiac, and applying it to the different categories or funds, so that way the work can be implemented in various ways. Councilwoman Rutherford.
I'm just happy that we have a real grant department that goes and pursues these in the public and private sector, and I look forward to seeing them do much more things in the city of Pontiac with a great grant director. That's all.
Very good. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution to approve the proposed budget amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The budget is hereby amended. Number 7, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the proposed budget amendment?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. We are talking about the ball field renovations at Bodett Park. In what district, Councilman Rutherford?
The greatest district ever, District 1.
Using what funds?
You know that. Don't play with me, stay with me, let's go.
So I give the floor to the mayor and administration to provide us updates. This is something that came before us 2 weeks ago when we authorized the posting of the notice, but also last week when we approved the contract for the contracting entity that is completing the work with a very specific time window. Mayor Greimel.
Yeah, this relates to the almost $38 million in American Rescue Plan dollars that the city received from the federal government. And these dollars were allocated into a number of buckets by City Council back in November, I believe it was, either November or December. And we want to use some of those dollars in order to improve ball fields, softball and baseball fields throughout the city. The first step in that is to improve the ball field at Bodett Park at the Mill Dam. And that's what this allocation would provide for. Next year, we anticipate improving the ball fields at both Aaron Perry Park and J.C. Park on the city's north side. These ball fields have not been well maintained in many, many years and have essentially been laying fallow. So we're excited about the opportunity to improve them. Director Borngester, I know that as the administrator of our ARPA dollars, you may have some additional insights to share, or maybe you just want to make yourself available to answer any questions from council.
The mayor did a great job summarizing. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councilman Nicholson.
I want to make sure as the project goes along, many of my residents adjacent are using that space as a dog run. It's just, as it's laid fallow and not clearly a ball field, it is enclosed. So I just want to make sure that as that gets developed, that we keep that in mind and are communicating, our park staff are communicating with consumers of the park that they're not in there with their dogs, because I don't want children in there and then somebody's letting their dog off leash.
Fair. I will let Manager Zekersowski know.
Can we get some signage that says it's not a dog park? Number one. Number two, the reason why I say that is because it's going to cause confusion, because there are some people who, even after we do the $41,770, that's what you said? 41,000, correct?
Yes.
Okay. They still gonna feel like they can walk their dogs on greener pastures. So if we say no dogs allowed on the baseball field, it could cut down the confusion. That way they can't have an illusion, get themselves all in trouble. That's the first thing. My second thing is, what is the timeline for the RFP to be issued out? And do we have, and if it has been issued out, if I'm mistaken, do we have anybody that has bid on this project?
I believe that it's we're going through a co-op, and that purchasing is ready to bring forward a resolution authorizing the purchase of that service now. And the objective is to have this completed for fall ball, so fall softball seasons, adult recreational seasons, things like that.
Thank you so much.
Councilman Nicholson.
Sorry, the parking is a concern too, just as we start to get people in there with that lot that's right immediately adjacent to it is rather small. And then there is a dirt lot that's next door to it. So I'm just wondering, when getting the ARP dollars used in concert with that, just for actually resurfacing the lots, maybe even paving. Those dirt lots become a big issue with people doing donuts and things like that. So if there was any way to be able to actually surface both of the dirt lots that are there, the larger parking lot that's by the playground certainly needs to be striped. So that way we can figure out what the capacity is, so we can ensure that the ball field is used and that people aren't parking out on the grass and where they need to be. So those parking stanchions probably need to be addressed as well.
Absolutely. So our intention beyond this instance is to take a resolution before council that allows us to do full concept planning and site planning for our community parks, and Bodett Park is one of those. The objective would be to build out site plans and go through concept and design and planning with a small amount of engineering, so we'd be able to then submit for larger grants to the DNR and Land and Water Conservation Fund, which we are currently sort of ineligible for because of our park deficit, which is being resolved as we speak. So our goal is to have the park site plans done to address things like you've mentioned and some of the other concerns that have been mentioned at prior council meetings. And then once the park deficit is remediated, then we'll apply for some of these grants that would allow us to go through full park revitalization and take care of some of these issues.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the Ball Diamond, the fact that it is currently very strongly being used as a dog park, which is going to be a problem because we don't have regular staff in our parks. If we had regular staff, then the staff could direct them that, you're not allowed to do that. There is a sign there that says, don't allow your dog to use it, but people ignore it because basically the space has not been taken care of. So what I would suggest, and we'll add this to our Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee meeting for this month to talk about this, but we probably, in view of the fact that we don't have, staffing in the parks, even though we have park staff, they're not assigned to individual parks. We probably are going to have to look at trying to lock that field, and getting a gate there where we can actually put a lock on it, because that field really gets used for, for people bringing their dogs and letting them run, and basically it's a dog park. So it's not going to be easy to change that, but we'll put it on the agenda and we'll definitely get that conversation started.
Mayor Greimel and then Director Borngesser.
Yeah, your point is well taken. We don't have staff in each and every one of our parks 24/7, obviously, but we do now have 5 or 6 full-time parks employees in addition to the parks manager. And so as a result, at least for some period of time after the ball field is improved, we could ensure that we have an employee out there the vast majority of the day diverting people who might otherwise use that ball field for a dog walk away from it. So we could, I think, provide sufficient staffing to try to address that. But your point is well taken that if that is insufficient, we could also look at trying to lock a fence to that ball field. So that would be an alternative. But I bring that up just to say that we do have quite a large number of staff now in our Parks Division after the division didn't even exist for 15 years or more now. And so we can deploy those staff to help address the concern that you've raised.
Director Borngesser.
Thank you. I was going to say the same thing. And additionally, Manager Martin did bring a note to me to let me know that we did award the contract for Bodett Fields. I was mistaken, I'm sorry, at a prior council meeting to Premier Group Associates, and they will be deploying as soon as the budget amendment is handled.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution to approve the proposed budget amendment. We're talking about $41,700 for the purpose of ball field renovations at Bodett Park. This is utilization of American Rescue Plan dollars. So to the previous questions of how they're being applied, this is one instance. Roll call on adoption of the resolution to approve the proposed budget amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
7 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The budget's hereby amended. Number 8 is the motion to adopt the resolution to approve the proposed budget amendment.
So moved.
It's been moved by Parker. Is it seconded by Rutherford?
Yes.
Seconded by Rutherford. This is increasing the budget revenues in the amount of $12,277.50 to account 101000532.000 OAK PSD and expenditures in that same amount to account 101-818-806.001 to OAK PSD and $2,722.50 to account 101-818-818.000 OAK PSD relating to the SEMCOG grant. Director Borngesser, am I getting those figures correct? I just want to make sure I haven't mapped something over. Does that seem correct to you? Microphone, please.
Sorry, I didn't press it hard enough. Yeah, you'll see that we received $12,277.50. There was a matching requirement, so that's where our local match is listed here at $2,722. Oftentimes, grant revenue or grant awards require match to be received, and so you'll see the appropriation for stormwater services there as well.
Very good. Mayor Graham, you have the floor.
Well, actually, I don't think what is here is exactly accurate. I think there's been a typo because I think, question for Director Borngesser, I think the agenda item says that the budgeted revenues would go to 12,277.50, but the expenditures would be 12,722, so the numbers have been transposed. That also appears to be the case in the resolution, in the now therefore portion of the resolution. But it is correct in the memo that the council has. So I do think there are some typos here in the resolution. I don't know if you have that in front of you, Director Borngesser, but I do want to make sure we're getting it correct, because the numbers as listed on the resolution are actually not in the same amount.
Revenue in the amount of $12,277.50. The city of Pontiac was awarded $12,277.50. That has a match requirement of $2,722.50. Missing where the discrepancy is.
Now therefore, so in the resolution, it says an expenditures in the amount of 12,722. So we just want to make sure, should it be 277?
Correct.
Exactly.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, is there a motion to amend the resolution to reflect 12277.50 for the figures? Yeah?
Well, I do want to make sure that, and this is, again, a question for Director Borngesser, should the expenditures amount be the $12,277.50, or should it be that amount plus the matching amount?
So the appropriation, you'll see reflects moving money from a different place, that those resources are already budgeted from the DPW budget, and so you'll see that they have two different account numbers there. But we can table this, and I can check with the grants accountant. I believe this to be correct with just that amendment.
Would the council like to table it for 1 week?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Nicholson to postpone for 1 week at our next regular city council meeting. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone for us to verify figures and make sure the decimals are all copacetic? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the motion to postpone for 1 week. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes?
Yes.
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 That motion carries. It'll be back before us at next week's regular city council meeting. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the high-intensity drug trafficking area sub-grant agreement?
So moved.
It's been moved by Nicholson, seconded by Parker. Okay. It's before us. Mayor Administration, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. This is an annual grant that the city has been receiving through a sub-grant agreement with the sheriff's office, and it provides for funding to assist with policing drug trafficking in the city. It's similar to a very analogous grant relating to auto theft that has been before our city council in the past as well. Welcome any comments from the sheriff's office, and perhaps you'll make yourself available to answer any questions.
Hi, I'm Lieutenant Sean Jennings from the Sheriff's Office. This is a yearly grant. This is for the fiscal year 2023. It's for, like I said, the HIDA, which is the high-intensity drug trafficking area. The grant, I believe, was for like $132,600, I believe. And it goes towards wages and reimbursement for officers and departments that participate in our unit. It also covers communication devices. And like I said, this is a grant that's renewed year after year after year and is pretty much divided by the participating agencies in the narcotics enforcement team.
Thank you. Further discussion or questions from city council members? Councilman Rutherford.
Okay, so how does this grant, it's based upon our drug trafficking that's in the city of Pontiac? Is it based upon your opinion? Is it based upon facts? So
No, this is a federal grant.
Okay.
That goes to a state area, so the money comes from the federal government.
I'm sorry, is the microphone on still?
It went off, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
It's a federal grant that goes to the state police, and the state police are the fiduciary for it, and they disperse it among there's many HIDAs across the United States, and there's a lot of agencies here within the state of Michigan. So,
Further discussion? Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilwoman James.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. So basically, is this used for overtime reasons for your team, for investigative?
It's for overtime reimbursement and communication devices such as cell phones for the unit.
Thank you.
Councilman James.
Well, the question, you answered one, and that is that the monies come in through the state police?
Yes, it comes from the federal government.
Yes.
To the state police,
To
and
the
they're the
state-
fiduciary who then disperse it to us.
To the various, okay, so does it change from year to year in terms of how much each area gets, or?
It does. For the past few years, it's been the same amount.
Okay.
Because Washington D.C. has been cutting back, I guess. Not so much the past few years, it's been staying steady, but I guess maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, there was a little bit more, but it's not a substantial amount.
Does it come into the sheriff's budget or to the city's budget?
I'm sorry, what?
The monies, the grant itself, does it come into the sheriff's budget or to the city of
It will
Pontiac?
come into the sheriff's budget, who then will disperse it to the reimbursement to the city of Pontiac or whatever agency that participates, yes.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted. Roll call on the adoption of the resolution to approve the high-intensity drug trafficking area sub-grant agreement. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
No.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted and the sub-grant agreement is approved. We're at number 10. Is there a motion to approve the resolution to approve Lowe's line of credit for $50,000 for the senior center project?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, is now before us. Mayor and administration.
Thank you. This relates to the appropriation of funds for improving the Ruth Peterson Center. As I think many, or at least most members of the community are aware, we're currently engaging in renovations at both the Bowen Senior Center as well as the Ruth Peterson Senior Center. This is an additional grant that we received from Lowe's in the amount of $200,000 to do some additional renovations beyond those initially budgeted for at the Ruth Peterson Center. And in order to buy the materials for those renovations, we need to open up a line of credit with a provider of those materials. Lowe's was, I understand, the lowest bidder on that, which is interesting since they were the grantor of the money that we're using to buy those materials. And I want to allow our acting city engineer, Shannon Filarecki, as well as our purchasing manager, Alicia Martin, to add any additional details and to answer any questions that may arise.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council, and all of our residents. I just wanted to point out that we used a purchasing cooperative to procure the appliances for the Senior Center's Improvement Project Phase 2. So just wanted to make that correction. Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Would this $50,000 Lowe's grant help to ensure that the bathroom doors will actually finally be purchased at, well, I'm just asking. I'm just trying to figure out, because we was given a timeline, they still not finished, and it's a question not about Ruth Peterson, but about the Bowman Center. So the Bowman Center got $50,000 as well, correct?
No.
I'm going to let Director Borngesser.
The answer is no. The $200,000 that we're discussing is for the Ruth Peterson Center only, is my understanding. We're pursuing some additional grant opportunities for the Bowen Center. Is that right, Director Borngesser?
That's correct. The $200,000 is applied to Ruth Peterson Senior Center only. It is meant for upgrades to the commercial kitchen equipment. Wow, it's a tongue twister. And asbestos abatement of the flooring and replacement of the flooring. The question about the bathroom doors at Robert Bowen Center, Director Cooley did send an email to the contractor today asking for a firm update and final deadline for that project to be able to present at your subcommittee on Friday.
Okay.
Any further discussion on this motion? All right, hearing no further discussion, it's approving a Lowe's line of credit for $50,000 for the Senior Center project. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
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 Motion carries. Resolutions adopted. We're at number 11. The resolution to execute an agreement with DLZ for the completion of a roads master plan for the city of Pontiac. It's moved by Councilman Rutherford.
Support.
Seconded by Councilman Nicholson. That is now before us. Mayor and Administration.
Thank you. We have not had a roads master plan in the city of Pontiac in many, many years. We all know that the roads in our city are in very bad shape. It certainly doesn't take an engineer or a rocket scientist to determine that much. But if we're going to be serious about fixing the roads, including not just major roads, but local roads as well, we need to do a more detailed assessment that estimates cost for adequately improving the roads, and then actually developing a timeline for road improvements to occur in terms of how that might be scheduled, at least at the 10,000-foot level. And so this master plan is designed to try to address those questions so that we can really comprehensively come at our roads with a real long-term solution to fix them. And to that end, we are proposing that we hire the engineering firm DLZ to conduct and complete this roads master plan. Manager Martin, anything to add to that? And we can certainly allow our acting engineer Phil Arecki to chime in as well.
Not the
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Thank you. Not the purchasing process. It will be an engineer question. So my question is, do they have a timeline on when they're going to start to finish this project in regards to the study?
As soon as we're authorized to proceed, our hope is to have it done by the end of November.
Thank you.
This is very much a necessity, so that way we can make the most strategic and prioritized decisions with very limited resources, and also determine what additional resources are necessary to get us in a stronger position with our very aged and very compromised roads infrastructure. Again, there are 230 miles of city roads in our city. It's hard to believe, but in part because of our grid system in a lot of neighborhoods, a lot of compact roads, there's a ton of surface, and there's a ton of price tag that comes with that too. The last time that there was substantial improvements or repairs to the city roads was in the mid to late 1980s for the city of Pontiac. There was a specific dedicated road millage, and even then it was only doing a fraction of the roads. But that was the last time that there was a substantial undertaking of city road repairs. So this will help us get a really good understanding of what's the true condition of every every slice of these city roads. Any further discussion? Hearing none. What's before us is the resolution to execute an agreement with DLZ for the completion of a roads master plan for the city of Pontiac. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford, Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now at public comment. Pro Tem Carrington, who's up?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Mr. Quincy Stewart.
It is not yet. Bottom right?
All right. The recent police killing of a citizen, regardless of the circumstances, justified or not, reveals that, as Kenny Anderson and I both have over the past 30 years continually called for a legitimate citizens police review board with subpoena power. I still propose this because school boards made up of ordinary citizens hold their superintendent responsible. Boards hold doctors, lawyers, and other people accountable. Now, I'm not proposing a gotcha board where the sole purpose is to exact vengeance on police. It is designed to hold police accountable to the people they profess to serve, the tax citizens of Pontiac. People should run for these boards and not be appointed by the mayor or anyone else. In this way, candidates must explain to the citizens why he or she should sit in the gap between police and the people. The board should not serve as a liaison, rather as a watchdog with no ties to police at all, though some boards include at least one police person. I feel that this could serve, as if a policeman is on there, as an intimidation factor to sway decisions. Perhaps a police scholar, a lawyer, or someone who knows the law and police procedure could sit. Subpoena power is needed to provide teeth to the board, as without it, it becomes a toothless lion, a paper board with no respect. If this administration means business for accountability in all areas, then a board will be a point of discussion going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Is it Kevin Stewart?
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to say that I don't know if, Tamika, if you are familiar with the fact that the Supreme Court said that individuals that are appointed or work for a municipality, there's no residency. If they are not elected, only elected officials are bound to stay within the district. So that might be something you want to check out. I also want to say that right now I'm not satisfied with my city government, my county government, or the federal government right now. And I'm saying this to say that considering the circumstances, I'm in a position where I can't change my political party right now. But I'm going to address the county and the fact that they're moving downtown. There has been a sign erected that says revitalize, redevelop, and reconnect. How about if we also get some signs out adjacent to the sign that has been erected that states that there's no stopping, standing, no loitering, and no begging at that intersection? Okay, let's get that. I'm actually sick of it. Okay, well, let's get that addressed. Let's get some signs up. Second of all, I'd like to address the speed bumps on Menominee. I don't know where they came from. I don't know who made the decision to attempt to cast corridor my neighborhood, but my councilperson has stated that he has no idea how those speed bumps landed on Menominee. Mr. Mayor, maybe you might be able to shine a light on it. I haven't had the opportunity to speak with Reverend Jones, but I will be putting a call in to him. And I'd also like to address, Mr. Chuck Johnson said here a couple times, he spoke about the street sweeper. Now, the two of us differ, you know, but I'm going to give him his respect with, you know, educating me as it relates to heavy equipment, and you know, and I'll rest with what he's saying. But I want you to drive down Baldwin, and I want you to look at the garbage and the trash. I want you to ride down Sanderson, right at the railroad crossing, and you look at all that garbage and that trash. I want you to look at Orchard Lake, at the garbage. I want you to look at the median at Orchard Lake and Williams, okay? I want you to look at that. We paid years ago a lot of money to have that put in, and that lawn has not been manicured. It's overgrowth. It's ridiculous. That's another issue. And Councilman Nicholson, I'd like for you, when you get the opportunity to ride through District 2 and identify some of these trees that have been dead for years. There's one across from Mayor Moore's old house. There's one on the corner of Algonquin and East Iroquois that's about to fall. The bark is falling off of it. There are stumps that the tree was removed years and years ago, and those stumps are still there, okay? So
that does conclude your time.
I'd like to also say, too, and I don't know if I said this, but Brooke Patterson must be rolling over in his grave or blowing, his dust blowing in the wind with moving the county back down to Pontiac. I'm not for that.
That does conclude your time.
Thank you.
Ms. Beatrice Wright.
Good evening again, Council, Mayor, Mr. Doyle. I wanted to come to the podium to give a shout out to the Pontiac Central class of 1968. We had our 55th class reunion over the weekend, and I just want everyone to know that when the Chief Pontiac statue was it wasn't destroyed, it was disfigured. We were really the significant group to have that statue restored. And so I'm giving a shout out to them. I also want to give a shout out to a young lady. Her name is Estelle Marshall. She's 98 years old, and she's watching right now. And so I wanted to say hello to her. You know what? I want to say to people in general that it is so important to come down here to City Council meeting. As a matter of fact, as people speak like this gentleman here, if I were in the community, I would be telling you, they decided on that like about 2 months ago. The county deal is a done deal. You will learn that if you come down and just partake of this council meeting. And I'm not saying.
Order. Order in the chambers.
I was just about to say.
The resident has the floor.
I was just about to say, I'm not trying to denigrate you. All I'm doing is saying.
Order in the chambers. Order in the chambers.
All I'm saying is that we all can learn what goes on in our city if we come to city council meeting. And again, I want to applaud city council members. I know oftentimes you have a thankless job. It is not an easy job, but I also want to take to task any person who is a paid, I don't consider your job as paid, it's not that much, but anyone who is a paid worker of our city, and that's why I said that I'd like for Ms. Borngesser to tell us more about her grants and philanthropy job. And while I know that you have sought out some grants, many grants fall into your lap and you just have to make the deadline. And so I want to know more about that. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Ms. Kathy McNally. If I pronounce that wrong, please correct me.
Nope, you're fine, McAnally. And thank you for your time again. I'll try not to beat a dead horse, just have a few more facts for you. First of all, I appreciate the support from the council for the retirees, and I know you have a thankless job. As you've heard before, the VEBA system has gotten a lot of money from the GERS board for health care benefits and for the $20,000 payout. And there is a large amount, approximately $50 million, in an escrow account for the $400 stipend to be continued. I understand that Cypria retirees voted to leave the money with GERS and renew the $400. I also know that there's just a handful of the Cypria board who was against leaving the money with the GERS board or the reestablished GERS, and a handful of the VIBA people who are police and fire also, who were not part of the pension system to start off with. The same officers don't have a problem with giving us the extra money as long as it comes out of what was left with GERS and everything else goes to the VIBA. Unfortunately, the health care for VIBA is overfunded already. I can't see a reason why they need the additional funding unless they think they're going to get additional or illegal benefits.
Order in the chambers. The resident has the floor.
I also have a copy of a GERS legal opinion from November 2005 when a previous hospital CEO tried to take the hospital overfunding from the retirement system to be used for hospital operations. The opinion from the attorney at that time stated that the retirement system shall be for the sole purpose of meeting disbursements for pensions, annuities, and other payments authorized by the retirement system and no other purpose. The opinion included a prohibition against reversion, which states that none of the income or principal shall revert to or be returned to the city prior to the satisfaction of all liabilities to all members and all beneficiaries. I know you've got a thankless job. I don't know how much you can actually work with us, but I would request that you leave the additional funds with the reestablished GERS to cover the $400 increase in the pension for all retirees. In the event that's not possible, please consider at least rewarding the hospital retirees that have been forgotten as a lost child for a number of years. City retirees, I'm sure, can all use the extra $400 a month, but they all have their paid insurance. Thank you. And if you'll excuse us, I know we have a number of hospital retirees. I'd like to give them a minute to exit out the side entrance so we don't disturb the rest of your meeting. Thank you.
We can have a few second recess if.
Mr. Russell Bridges. Ms. Tamika Ramsey.
Good evening. I have some complaints, so I wanted to start off with some positive things. Over $20 million in grants have come into the city of Pontiac this year. It may be more, but I was trying to do the newsletters that the mayor sent out, and I was adding, so I may have missed some. This has gone to roads, parks, and the improvement of many residents' quality of life. The ARPA home repair grants have gone out. Grass is being cut. There are activities for children, family, and adults. All of this is amazing, and I appreciate the city for all of this. But was y'all around for the Dream Cruise? This lady drove the wrong way up Auburn, almost hit me head on and two cars behind me before going into the Family Dollar parking lot. The roads, like, we worked so hard to get really nice roads and we're inconvenienced, and now it's all black and marked up. I was just like, why we don't deserve a better quality of life here? Like, do people just not feel like Pontiac residents deserve to have good things? And then there were a lot of sheriffs parked. Now, if they was driving around, they could have been getting tickets. They could have met their whole quota for the month that 2 days. these are just some of the observations I made. I try to avoid dream cruise, but I was also trying to support small business and go around and get food, and got traumatized where I would not go back down there until Sunday because people were just driving recklessly. There were people who were intoxicated driving, and I know we don't control that, but if we can do a better job at protecting, there were a lot of kids down there. It was a lot of families down there. So maybe doing more to hold people accountable, because most of them people who were doing that stuff don't even live here. I also heard one of the council people say at one of the meetings that we also need to look at the equity when it comes to positions in the city, because just because a person is a director doesn't mean they need to be making the same amount as another director. But the people who watch the money and the people who bring the money in should be making about the same amount of money. I would hope and pray that because the mayor was showing pictures of the women department heads, that they're always being treated fair and equitable, and we're not just doing that stuff to look good. As a Black woman and business owner, I know how it feels to be underpaid and undervalued, and pray that we at this city who made sure that people were making a living wage, that we're paying women what they are worth, because if we don't have them, then our quality of life decreases. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
I say amen to that, Ms. Ramsey. I do. I see agenda item 6 was the raise for our grants director, Alexander Borngasser. I would like to speak and give you a little back history on that. I was very proud to have brought Alexander Borngasser to this town. I hired her as part of a $100,000 grant we got from the Community of Southeast Foundations, Michigan, to restore the grants department that had been eroded by our emergency manager. So since she has come and has been trained in that, has brought in the consultants to reestablish that, and has brought in all these many grants, many of which she was working on as I left, including the skate park and the Next 50 for the senior citizens, and even the appropriation from Gary Peters for the $1 million. So I'm very glad that she is moving ahead, and I hope it's okay to say that I know some of the former AFA staff don't like to say nice things about me because they get done by the current administration. But at any rate, I just want to commend you and say that that's a nice raise. It's ironic that when the new mayor came in, he criticized me for paying you that much, and now he's giving you 2 raises. So I think he's now realizes the value of your worth, and as I said, the value of women, so to receive equal pay. All right. Having said that, also the agenda item 11. So you say you've taken that off the agenda. I didn't hear you amend the agenda, or maybe you're discussing it later or something. I don't know. Maybe I missed it. But if it is going to be reconsidered to this, I do highly agree with that, because to now rescind the promissory note in which the owners were the word until Oakland County purchased the Ottawa Towers from them, only paid $6 million of the $6.6 million they were supposed to contribute to the PPP deal. That meant that they are getting now $19.2 million for a building they only paid $6 million for 2 years ago. And while they're sitting here, the attorneys who wrote the agreement with the settlement agreement also said that it is enforceable in terms of the public-private partners that were supposed to do $18 million worth of repair. And I know the mayor said he didn't want to challenge them at this point because he didn't want to hold up the deal with Oakland County, and Oakland County wanted to move ahead on the timeline. But now that the deal is over, let's go back and, Mayor, please get our money, because that was very unfair that they didn't do $18 million worth of repairs that they were supposed to do by the agreement. That totally defaulted on that, and are going to be able to walk away with $12 million profit. So,
Good evening. One of the things I want to say is that it's a lot of business going on and a lot of things going on in our city. You know, we as citizens, we get a 2-minute period and we get a 3-minute period. 5 minutes, come down here, you spend 3 or 4 hours, and you get 5 minutes. And I understand. But you guys really need to really understand we got some engaged citizens. Some citizens really want to help make a difference in this city. And we don't rely just on you guys just to make all the decisions. We've got capable people in the community who like to be a viable part. We know the election process. When election come time, people come knocking at the door, they want to vote. But when you get in office, you got to rely upon people here in this city to try to help move the city forward. Now, a couple of things I want to say. We got a couple elected officials or prior elected officials who are engaged in this process. I think Gloria Miller, who's former councilwoman, and the former mayor, they kind of got a pulse on a lot of things of what goes on behind the closed door. And don't think we all don't talk. I don't say I agree with everything that's said, but we talk because we care to some degree about this city. And I just want you to know transparency is a key item. I don't care how sweet the deal is. If we don't be transparent, it's going to come back to bite you. One thing. The other thing, ARPA dollars. When we start talking about ARPA dollars, the main thing that happened during COVID time, people were injured. Brick and mortar is okay, parks, buildings, and everything, but if we don't find a way to see how we can help the people, we're not using ARPA dollars properly. And I'll say this because you need to get this across, and I want somebody to answer this. When we spend money and it's not helping residents in Pontiac, we're not doing economic development for our city. And we got some checks and balances. The administration should be sending it to saying, hey, we can say how we want some community benefit or we want OJT. Anytime we can't find somebody in Pontiac to do something, we should be developing them to do it. So next time around, we got somebody in Pontiac to do it. But if council, if you don't never check and balance that when it comes across, we're missing economic development. The other thing I want to talk about in that regards is TDC is set up to help you here. We've been around here for 5 years to help develop talent. And if we wait on trying to develop our talent, we'll miss the boat. We're talking about roads. There's no reason why we cannot start developing people to be a part of the road work. Mike, you're absolutely right. There's so much to be done, but we need to be developing talent for that road work. And while I'm speaking about that, Mayor, and I spoke to you about this earlier, I want everybody to know when we do Golf Drive next year, there's a need for a sidewalk on Golf Drive when that road is done. Between the fairways and up towards the golf course, there's no sidewalk. So if we can at least incorporate that in the plan, that'd be great planning for a walkable community over there. I got other items, but my 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Anita Bow? I'm sorry. Anita Bow?
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and everyone. Again, my name is Anita Bowe, and I just want to remind everyone of the 2023 Annual Community Picnic that will be held Sunday, September the 3rd from 1 to 8 p.m. on the corner of Osmond Street and Jesse Street. Everyone is invited. There will be food and live entertainment. They want to thank also the Lions Market, People's Food Market, Dollar Paradise, Family Dollar, and the Star Party Store. All of these businesses are located on Auburn Street, and they helped out with this community picnic. Again, there will be food and live entertainment. We're going to have Phase 5, among others. Also, they're going to start out with a DJ. His name is Juan Colin. He wants the hustlers and ballroom people to come out and enjoy themselves. Also, they do have vendor spots still available, so you can contact Charlene at 248-462-4134 or Julius at 248-514-2351. Again, everybody should, well, it's BYOC, so that means bring your own chair and enjoy the festivities. There'll also be moonwalks for the kids, too. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bowe. Ms. Don Hannah?
Good evening, everyone.
I want to invite everyone out to Bridging the Gap in the Community Family Fun Day next Saturday, September 2nd, from 2 to 6 at North Kiwanis Park. I'll have bounce houses, free food, live entertainment, and I just want everybody to come out and enjoy themselves. And before I go, I just want to say, Mr. Goodman, I'm very disappointed in you. You have not reached back out to me at all. I was trying to get some information about how to do the parks. Thank you, Tim, for getting Angela to reach out to me. I did get everything resolved now, but I'm walking the streets in the community, passing my flyers. People ask me, is I'm the city council. You got to get out and let people know who you are. I'm serious. I voted for you, and I'm very disappointed because you're not doing no better than Mary did in my district. So you need to step it up, and I'm serious about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. Ms. Darlene Clark. And then Ms. Gloria Miller on deck.
Good afternoon again. My name is Darlene Clark, speaking as a resident. I have two things to address. And first, I want to address an issue. This is not a complaint. I actually just want the people to be clear to hear from the mayor's voice. First, is there any way that with the roadkill and the arts beats that's coming up, will the city make a profit off that? And can you post the profit in your newsletter? Because you said once a month you have a newsletter to help to keep the residents updated, which is good. Secondly, Mayor, please help, because this is a question that a lot of people in Pontiac are wanting to know. Why is it that Pastor Jones, a Welcome Church, who lives in West Bloomfield, and when we have so many other churches and pastors of different denominations that can help with Arts Beats Festival, every year he tends to have his hand in a kettle, but again, he doesn't live here. He has a church here, but we have other pastors that live here with a church. So please give the explanation or update as why Pastor Jones seems to be your liaison in trying to get Pontiac taken care of when he doesn't live here. Now back to the GERS. The GERS. This is a point that's dear to my heart. Ms. Rufford put it very clearly. She couldn't have put it in no clear. She spoke for a lot of people. People have died without that $400. They got it for a year, a little over a year, which it's been down for 18 years. Now we're at the point that the council is being brought into the decision-making on the GERS, when it's clearly been asked by Councilman Carrington as to what do the council have to do with this. John Clark explained nothing. The mayor explained nothing. So with that being said, the only two parties that really should be instrument in trying to conduct this resolution is Councilman Parker and Mayor Tim Grimer. Mayor Tim Grimer hires John Clark. The past mayor, Deirdre Waterman, who's a part of this right here circus, also hired attorneys. The attorneys should get together with their clients because, again, GERS said they have nothing to do with this and how the money is dispensed. So it should be get together with them. Now, let me say this right quick. Billy Swacer, along the way, collected $100 or more to tell people to go to the bank to get this money. Now, these people are going to get their money one way or another. So that right there is in question. But let me say this, too. Not should they get $1,000 when there's only less than 465 people that get that
does conclude your time.
And I understand. Let me just say this part. Those people should get at least $1,500 per month for 19 years of not getting anything.
Does conclude your time.
Thank you.
Ms. Gloria Miller.
I want to correct you, Ms. Clark, only correct you. Dream Cruise, Pastor Jones over the Dream Cruise. And And I too want to hear from you, Mayor. I want to know, the Dream Crew was nice. I had a lot of family members to go. I didn't go because I just didn't feel like it, but it was a nice event. I heard people say it was nice. That's great, but I'm a girl like this. What you gonna do for me? So how much money did we get? How much money did the city revenue that we got from that event, the Dream Cruise that we just had? I went all the way down Woodward. I got caught in the traffic Saturday trying to go somewhere else. I had to get out of it and get on 14 Mile. It was nice all the way down, all the way down. It was very, very well did in other cities. But you come down to our end, it's all burnt up. So you want to know why they do our city like this? Because the people that sit up there let them do it. That's bottom line. When I sat up there, same thing. Because when you come in my neighborhood, when you came to District 5, you had to come right. You wasn't offered anything, you ain't getting anything. And that's why they do it. Because they are elected to do it for us. Now, what I'm also going to say to the retirees out there that's listening under my voice, let me tell you something. When you're dealing with money, you better come yourself down here to these meetings and see what these people are doing with your money. Retirees, please go to these court hearings. Go to everything. Learn what I know. If you want to call me, I can tell you some stuff that'll blow your mind. But I don't choose to do it right now. I have my time. Because I have seen enough corruption in this city, working in this city for years, being on that diocese, now back on this side, I can tell you some stuff. Don't you trust these people with your money. You bring yourself down here. Power is people. I always tell my constituents, they say, well, you speak. I said, but you are my power. You keep me up here. You keep me up here because I know what you're going through. And I know corruption when I see it, and I call it out. I don't have no fear. God is good to me, as everybody can say. I ain't worried about nothing. Yes, I want the 400, but I think that you should get more than the 400. We got $45-some million out there, and all they doing is waiting on us to die. So why not get the money while we're here? Let's ask for more. Always ask for more than what you got. The reason you're not getting this money because somebody else wants it. That's all. They could be selling them tomorrow. The attorneys are making a mint. They is rolling. They probably got, right down Woodward. They probably got all kind of mansions sitting out there. And we're sitting here starving to death. All I'm telling you, retirees, the ones that know me know how, because I never have an agenda. Because God is good to me. Bring yourself down here. Hold these people accountable. Don't believe what this mayor is telling you. Because they want the money.
That concludes public comment. President McGinnis.
Thank you. The one discussion item this evening is better communicating road and parking closures to impacted Pontiac businesses and residents. There have been two large-scale events in the community that involved closures of roads and closing of parking options. One was Roadkill Nights that took place August 11th of this year, and the following weekend was the Woodward Dream Cruise on August 18th and 19th, the Friday and Saturday. And my understanding is that there is a Pontiac Festival of the Arts scheduled for September 16th. So in part, it's not about relitigating concluded events. It's also looking forward to know that there are processes in place so that way if roads will be closed or parking that the city makes a determination on, that it'll be adequately and timely communicated to those impacted businesses, but those impacted residents as well. So just want to give first the mayor an opportunity to reflect on that, but the council an opportunity to raise concerns because I know multiple city council members heard from multiple businesses and residents with substantial concerns. Mayor Greimel.
Yeah, thank you. I want to begin by saying that I think we're the first to agree that we need to make sure that we're doing a better job earlier of getting the word out to downtown businesses and to residents, but especially downtown businesses about street closures downtown and about limited parking downtown. So we've already had internal conversations about that, and I can commit right now publicly that we will make sure that we're better committing and to communicating with businesses downtown in advance of the September Arts Festival, but in general, getting the word out earlier to businesses and residents further in advance with all city events moving forward. I think when it came to roadkill and the road closures, we had quite a bit of communications around the road closures for roadkill nights, but it wasn't early enough. And so we'll certainly make sure that we do a better job of getting the word out earlier in the future. When it came to the Woodward Dream Cruise downtown activities, the issue was less about road closures, although we did have some road closures, relatively short stretches. And again, we need to make sure that we get the word out earlier about those road closures. The bigger issue, I think, with Woodward Dream Cruise was that we did have a block of Saginaw Street between Pike Street and Lawrence Street that had almost all of the on-street parking limited to facilitate for those who signed up wanting to display classic cars downtown. And we definitely need to do a better job of getting the word out to downtown businesses earlier about that as well. So we're the first to acknowledge that we need to do better when it comes to better communicating earlier with downtown businesses about these events. I would note that this was the first year that Roadkill Nights was downtown, and that was relatively late in the day when they made the decision to come downtown, and it was relatively late in the day when they had communicated to the city all of the streets that would need to be closed off. Similarly, this was the first year since before the pandemic that Woodward Dream Cruise events were downtown as opposed to just around the Woodward Loop. And so it's not surprising that there are some hiccups in the process, but we need to do better, not just with these two events in future years, but with all events.
Councilman Rutherford, followed by Councilman Goodman.
Okay, so I wasn't gonna do this, but I am. On Friday at 8:30 in the morning, 15 different business owners started to text me. They text me because they did not receive notice till Wednesday. So I get that you're acknowledging it, but the problem is this: we had 3 major events that we pay for that was going on downtown. We had our children in a play called Aladdin Jr., both Friday and Saturday, who did not have parking. We also had no parking for people who have ADA issues, handicaps, because they were all blocked with cones. We also had a wedding down there Saturday, so another business owner who lost money because they didn't have adequate parking as well. The problem isn't just making, we're gonna do better, it is the planning. When you do an event, you have to plan between 6 to 12 months in advance. You have to give yourself 3 months to actually infiltrate the community so that everybody has everything in position. There was no calls made to these businesses for these events. There was no parking for handicap because all the handicap parking was taken up with cones. And the only reason why it changed, because I watched people, was President Pro Tem Carrington came down there after and President Michael McGinnis contacted the administration and said, we have these things going on. Why isn't there adequate parking? And then they were moving. They were only moved on Friday. They weren't moved on Saturday. So again, people with handicaps or issues were not allowed to park. My biggest issue with all this is we do not have an official event planner, because an event planner would have had the logistics. They would have knew how to contact all these business owners. And before you say that it was Main Street, I went to Main Street, and I even had your economic director walk with me to every business to ensure that when you guys have a comeback, I could be able to say, well, I had someone from your staff and the administration there, and none of these businesses were notified. So we have people that are waitresses that lost money this weekend. How they gonna feed their family? That's my issue. We have children who had to walk almost a half a block to get parking in a play that we paid $300 per student for kids to be in there. That's my issue with it. Then we had businesses that were doing soft openers. I want to name them, Biscuits and Bourbon. And we also had the Keg Burger. Where was their new clients going to park at? So I get that you think y'all should do better, but you have to understand there has to be a timeline, and we have to be more effective because we are paying. And then the last part that is just mind-boggling to me is that there were people from this administration who work for the youth rec department working this event. And I want to know, because I'm going to ask it both publicly and private, were they paid out of the special event budget or were they paid out of the youth millage? Because if they were paid out of the youth millage, there's something wrong with that. And before you say they weren't there, I took pictures and I filmed so that nobody could deny it. So I yield these questions to the administration, not to put you on blast, but to ask you I don't want to hear we're going to do better. What are we going to do? Because we have to make sure people with handicaps have a place to park. We have to stop. If we have our kids paying for something that we're paying for them to be involved in, they should have adequate parking. And then not just that, we have to have people who are working these events, who are supposed to be at these events, being paid correctly and not out of the youth millage. So I yield these questions to you, Mayor Grimes, because that's what I got, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
The mayor has been yielded the floor.
So we did have youth recreation staff working to help with the Woodward Dream Cruise, but I want to be really clear about this. They're being paid out of the events budget for those hours, not out of the youth recreation budget for those hours. So I want to be really clear about that. It's an important question and an important point, but that's already been discussed internally, and we want to make sure they're being paid properly, not out of restricted youth recreation funds. So that's already been taken care of. We had, again, communication with businesses in advance. As you noted, they were communicated with on Wednesday about the parking, which was in advance. It just wasn't long enough in advance or far enough in advance, and so we take that seriously. As I said from the outset, I think the challenge isn't did we communicate with businesses? We did communicate with businesses, both through the Main Street Pontiac group as well as directly through emails to our list of downtown businesses and through other means. The challenge is communicating further in advance with downtown businesses, and that's what we're committed to doing moving forward.
Councilman Goodman.
So a thing that I do want to highlight, and again, it's following off of Councilwoman Rutherford's point, there needs to be a more concerted effort to not only communicate with the community about these things, but with these businesses. And like a example that I want to give, and this is not a knock on you, Mayor, have you ever scheduled an employee before in terms of like managerial and restaurant or retail?
Scheduled an employee, you said?
Yeah, in terms of like restaurant or retail.
I have, and I know it has to occur a couple weeks in advance at least.
And so with that, like like that alone should be really an important part of us like doing this work, because if a restaurant is staffing people a week, 2 week, I have friends who have been staffed a month out before because of our really horrible scheduling laws in the state, but I digress. If it takes them that much time to notify their employees, it's really difficult for these employees who, let's say, are tipped workers who really rely on that foot traffic, or simply just being able to work some days where they may get cut because customers can't get to a place. These all have domino effects just outside of the businesses, but the employees and their families. And so I really stress the importance of making sure that we have enough headroom when we do these events, again, not only for the employees and the businesses, but for the community itself, because also not everyone fully pays attention to these meetings and sees every communication that the city has. And so like making sure that we are communicating these things with a long enough runway, that way we can make sure that there are multiple attempts for people to know these things. And then a thing that I've mentioned before in some public and private conversations, possibly even having like temporary signage that the city has that we can deploy leading up to events to let people know ahead of time. The same way that like some cities have signage that they put out in front of business locations when they're doing rezonings to alert the community. There are ways I think that we can better communicate this information to our residents, to our businesses. That way we're not scrambling at the last minute to make adjustments as what happened with Friday.
Councilman Rutherford.
So my question is, to the mayor, two-part. Do you have a timeline when we're going to officially have an event planner to be planning these events? Number one, when is it going to, so I guess my first question is, when is this going to be posted for this position? Because I know a lot of people in the community who do event planning who I think would give insight to it. And that's what the real problem is that we don't have an official event planner. And so my question to the mayor, number one, when are you guys going to post this position? And number two, what's the timeline for hiring the assistant event planner and the main event planner? And how long would, I guess the follow-up would be, how long is this going to be posted? And are y'all just doing internal hiring or y'all doing external interviews? I yield to the mayor.
We are actively working towards hiring a person for that position. As you know, that position was established as a distinct position only with the beginning of the new fiscal year about 6 weeks ago. So again, I don't get involved in the specifics of hiring, and so I'd have to defer to Deputy Mayor Stevens or our Human Resources Department about the specific timeline and mechanism of where that is at. I don't tip the scales in favor of hiring certain people. I don't weigh in on that unless it's department level positions or above, which this is not. And though I sit in on department director interviews and contribute to the conversation about who to hire for department directors, but anything else, I don't get involved in. So again, it's a question that only Deputy Mayor Stevens or our HR director could answer.
And so my follow-up, thank you for your honesty for that. So I guess, is there any way that you could let me know or let the council know when that job will be posted so that we could be actively telling people in our districts, in our community? I could name several people who did event planning for the county who are looking for work so they can have an opportunity to actually apply.
I will have our deputy mayor follow up with you when he returns back into town next week.
Thank you so much.
Further discussion on this item? Councilman James.
Well, I agree with everything Councilwoman Rutherford has said. I don't think, though, that this is exclusively a role for the event planner. I think we need an event planner, but, you know, what we're talking about are very huge, huge issues for the city in terms of our own just economic development. Obviously, you know, any event that we have or anything that we're doing to develop part is business development. And you would think that that would be something we would make a high priority in our city to notify businesses and to make sure that those businesses who have invested in our city are being, you know, given that opportunity to maximize their ability to profit from whatever we're doing in the city. So I see it more as a economic development. I think the economic development department has a part of this. I think the downtown business folks have a part of it. I think the planning department has a part of it. I think administration has a part of it. And I think we need a actual event planner. But I mean, it's got to, bottom line is, it has to be integral to our city that we work with our business community and that everything we do takes into consideration what their needs are and, you know, how we can help them to be successful. Because if they're successful as individual businesses and as entrepreneurs, then we are successful as a city. So I just think I agree with you, but I think we really need to work to get a lot more of our city involved in this whole scenario.
Councilman Rutherford.
But because it's got to change. It has got to change.
My only follow-up is when there was, and I just want the mayor to know because I know he doesn't deal with this, but he needs to be aware of, when there is miscommunications or things not happening, I simply ask that people from your administration respect the business owners and not talk to them sideways or be disrespectful, because that was the number one that I got the complaint. It's not how it was. It was not what was said. It was how it was delivered, and we can speak off the record about that. But that's a real issue for people who represent your administration. Is that just like me? I'm constantly checked on how my tone and my dialect and my appearance. But we have to stop talking to people or belittling business owners downtown. And you may not have been aware of what happened. And like I said, we can talk offline. But it was several business owners that had a problem with people who are from your administration talking to them out the side of their neck. And what that means, if you don't mean, that means just blatantly disrespectful. Because, and I just want you, maybe you didn't know, but now you do know. We can't do that. That was it.
I do want to point out some municipalities, the decision for road closures are made with a vote of city council. And I don't necessarily want to go down that road because that could be very bureaucratically overwhelming for us. I just raised that point that if it has to be counteracted, if it goes too far in one direction, we may have to revisit the policy because decisions about road closures are handled administratively. So I don't know if it's a best practice to have a city council to vote on every road closure, but I know there are certain municipalities that if it's a special event and it involves the public road, they vote on it at the city council with specific deadlines when they would consider it. So I just want to raise that as a scenario that we have to consider in terms of future considerations for our policy approaches. We have, by the City Council, voted for grant funding for the concert series and this arts festival. I just want to note the rescheduled date, I believe, is September 16th. I'm not familiar with what's happening on September 16th. So if you're seeking City Council to help amplify, or if there's other decisions where businesses need to know or residents need to know, it impacts turnout, let alone logistics. So I just want to flag my concerns as it relates to maximizing the effectiveness of these events. And I think it's because there's just so many. I mean, and they're so concentrated. That's not really sustainable. Like, that burns out a lot of people. I mean, that's a lot in a very short period of time, and that can be very difficult. So I just want us to look strategically at that. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, that discussion item is concluded. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to proceed into closed session? Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. The resolution to proceed into closed session is pursuant to MCL 15.268, subsection 1, subsection E, to discuss the pending matter of the City of Pontiac Retired Employees Association et al. V. Lewis Schimmel et al., United States District Court case number 212-CV-12380. So I've identified where in the MCL, what section we're authorized to proceed into closed session. After we vote to go in closed session and conduct our closed session, we will return, we will vote to come out of closed session, and we will continue the balance of this evening's meeting agenda. So that's the motion before us, proceeding to closed session pursuant to the 15.268 letter E. Is there anything else, city attorneys with us, that needs to be acknowledged prior to our vote? All right, we've cleared that hurdle. Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the adoption of the motion to go into closed session.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford? Yes. Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We stand now in closed session at 9:20 p.m. Could I please have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved. Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, second by Councilman Parker, that we move to come out of closed session. Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes?
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. We are out of closed session at 10:16 p.m. We're at City Council communications. You can see the written communications on the hard copy or electronic version of your City Council meeting agenda. Mayor's Office communications, you have the floor.
Well, thank you. I want to reiterate what Quincy Stewart, not Quincy Jones, but Quincy Stewart. Quincy Jones is a poor man's Quincy Stewart. I've always said that. So I wanted to reiterate what was shared earlier by Quincy Stewart about this Thursday's performance at Rotary Park. And that will feature Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford performing with the opening act of none other than Quincy Stewart. So come on out to Rotary Park at 6:30 p.m. this Thursday to enjoy the show. The 2 weeks later, on September 7th, at Murphy Park is Persuasion performing with special guest Consuming Arts. That too is at 6:30 p.m. So come on out to Murphy Park on September 7th for some great concert performances, and then you can go home and watch the Detroit Lions beat the Kansas City Chiefs. The other item is we do have a community water legislation forum hosted by Michigan Matters on August 30th from 10 to 11:30 a.m. You can register online at Michigan Matters website. And finally, in terms of announcements, we want to encourage people. We had 3 great open houses and listening sessions to hear about what people want to see in the coming Youth Recreation Center. But if you weren't able to make those, we encourage you to fill out an online survey about what you want to see in the coming future Pontiac Youth Recreation Center by going online to the city's website and completing the online questionnaire.
All right, closing comments, Mayor Grimo.
Yeah, thank you very much. I did just want to quickly try to address 2 comments or questions that were made this evening. One, I know the former mayor suggested I had been critical of her paying employees certain salaries. I've never been critical of paying employees certain salaries. What I have expressed is that the previous mayor should not have paid employee salaries in excess of what was authorized by city council. And when we've given raises to employees, we've made it a point to come before city council and get the proper approval to do it. I also want to just mention that with the Woodward Dream Cruise, the city does not make a profit, as was asked, or make revenue off of the Woodward Dream Cruise. Of course, the Woodward Dream Cruise generally is on Woodward Avenue, State Highway, and it's simply people driving their cars. So there's no way to monetize people driving their cars on a public roadway. In terms of the downtown events for the Woodward Dream Cruise, those events that we put on this past weekend were put on free of charge to the public, and the public was welcome to come on out and listen to the performing groups that perform music at the event free of charge. The question about why Pastor Jones was doing that is pretty simple. He volunteered to do it free of charge. So if there are other people in the community who would like to volunteer to do it free of charge, we welcome that. In future years, we may not be so fortunate. We might have to pay people to help organize it. And if that's the case, we will go through a formal RFP process. But Pastor Jones's involvement was because he volunteered and did it for free. And in terms of roadkill, we made sure that the organizers of Roadkill Nights fully reimbursed the city for all of the city's costs. We did not, as the city, make revenue from that event, but we do believe that it's very important to bring activities to our downtown to give Pontiac residents more things to do, more fun events. And we also want to try to attract more people to downtown Pontiac to better support businesses. And we want to make sure that we're giving businesses sufficient notice of that. So that point has been heard loud and clear. But we also need to continue having events downtown, both for the benefit of our residents and to sustain more business for our downtown businesses.
Thank you. Clerk Doyle?
No comment.
Councilman Rutherford? Oh, I'm sorry. No. Councilman Parker?
Thank you, Brother President. I just want to first thank everybody who came out and celebrated my 12th pastoral anniversary with me last week. It was really a nice event. We had State Senator Jeremy Moss, U.S. Congresswoman Haley Stevens. We had State Representative Brenda Carter, and all the churches and folks was there, and it was really a nice celebration. And I want to thank the mayor for calling me early on Sunday morning, letting me know that he had family in and he wouldn't be there, but he did congratulate me on 12 years of faithful service to the community. So thank you, Mayor. I want to remind everybody that District 5 meeting will be September 8th at 6 p.m. We're going to keep trying until we get it right. We certainly want you to come. It is at the Lions Den at the City Hall. Please come and see if we can outgrow this room. That was my intent when I put it at this location, was to see if we could outgrow this room. So I'm faithfully believing that we can outgrow this room. So please, all of you who called me about why we canceled the last time, please come out and make sure we don't have to cancel any more meetings. And with that, I want to say, as we are working on parks, please don't forget Galloway Park. I thank the WRC for renovating the dock, and it is better, but I hope we can do some of the cleanup around the front of the dock and make sure that we can see the lake even from the street. Certainly continue to working with the homeless issues as a part of our Law and Court Subcommittee. Got some meetings planned, and the ladies, as a follow-up to the conversation we had last week, the lady from the mental health says she couldn't make it that day, but we're working on something else on the 29th. She couldn't make it. So, and with that, I'll say, and as we talk about GERS, somebody said that I have the ability. I am just one of the members of the GERS trustee board. I have one vote. I don't have the power to adjust anything that they do. I just wanted to make sure I reiterate that from the discussion today, we understand that it is not the city that's causing the delay, but there is some movement afoot, and we look forward to being able to present you some alternative movement forward in the near future. And with that, I say good evening.
With the sound of this gavel, the hearts and minds, I'm not adjourning, I'm just celebrating the 12th pastoral anniversary of the Right Honorable William Parker Jr. Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kathleen James.
Yes, Thursday night on August 24th is our District 4 Community Council meeting. It will take place at the New Mount Moriah International Church, 313 Walton Boulevard at 6 p.m. The church is right across from the Dollar Tree store on Walton Boulevard. Chris Ward, Director of Oakland County Parks and Rec, will be our special guest. He'll be talking about some of the changes going into Hawthorne Park. They are currently doing community engagement sessions. There was one on Monday, and there's another one, I believe, on Saturday at 4 o'clock. So, and those are being held at the park. And with that, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Goodman.
So good evening. So the first thing I want to mention is if I have not been as accessible as you think that I should be, please feel free to reach out. I do actively listen and actively check my Ring Central number for the city, which is 248-758-3015. Again, 248-758-3015. And I say that because I actively check that number. A lot of the reason I'm able to solve some of the problems in the city is because people call, text, and email me. So if you need to get a hold of me, please do that. And related, the next District 3 meeting will be September 15th, which is a Friday at 6 p.m. at the Oakland County History Center. I really encourage residents to come out. I've had some very dedicated residents who show up to my meetings, including Ms. Iola Miller. So I really would appreciate if you have any questions or concerns, please come on out. Because it's really important that in those meetings things happen, like being able to discuss ordinances like the one that passed a little while back about the escrow account to make sure that slumlords can't screw over our citizens. And things like that, get brought up during these community meetings, I know, for each and every one of my colleagues. So I really encourage you to come out and participate. But beyond that, I genuinely want to say I am very happy to have seen this room filled full of people who were passionate about an issue and wanted to talk about things that were directly affecting them, to apply that pressure very much in public, to make it known that the citizens have needs and desires, and that they definitely should be listened to and be met. So with that, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councilman Nicholson.
Just want to remind District 2 residents that there is not a community advisory committee meeting this month. That we do start again in September, fourth Monday of every month, 7 o'clock at Goldner Walsh Nursery on Orchard Lake Road. Orchard Lake is under construction. However, you can get there from any part of the district still as of right now. We'll keep everybody abreast as they start to schedule those road closures. And then also same with Elizabeth Lake Road. Work there is coming along nicely, but they are changing and augmenting those lanes. So be very careful and vigilant when you are coming down Orchard Lake Road and Elizabeth Lake Road, as the work there is progressing very quickly, and the lane that you took yesterday may not be the lane that they're still using the next morning. So keep an eye open, or you might end up in a pit of cement. We don't want to do that. So they've been pretty good about moving those barrels around, but if you see that they are knocked around, feel free to reach out to me, and I can certainly help. Other than that, trees are certainly become an issue in and around District 2, as we've had a lot of big rainfalls, branches that are falling down, limbs that are just hanging heavy, and we've had a lot of sign work that's being done. Want to ask and just prompt the administration, some of the trees are causing the sign vendor to actually lower the placement of the sign on the posts. So if we could get talk to the trimming vendor and get them out there, then I think the sign company wouldn't feel so weird about when they're going out. But we're working between vendor and vendor. So I'll report those as they come in, and let me know if you see any that I don't catch. Good night.
Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford.
I am woman. Hear me roar. With numbers too big to ignore. And I won't go back and pretend. Women deserve to be paid properly, especially in a city where 54% of us are women. When we build women up in our community by paying them properly, we build a stronger community. When we pay the LGBTQ&Y equal pay, we build a stronger community. When we ensure Blacks and Latinos are paid equally, okay, come through. We are building up our community. When we do not pay good people to stay in this community, they're going to leave so that they can be paid properly. The people that are in the city of Pontiac stay here and work here because they believe in the vision. And we have to start to reward them properly. So I'm challenging the administration, and I'm challenging the legislative branch to come together and to resolve this equal pay for the women who work in the city of Pontiac. I'll say it again so no one can mistake it. I'm challenging the council as well as the administration to take care of our own, or we won't have our own to take care of. On Thursday, there's going to be a concert. The concert's at Rotary Park. It is an opportunity for you to come to express yourself in song and dance, but not just this, an opportunity for you to get off all of this frustration that we've been feeling, because we need to break free and to simply celebrate what is great, which is the city of Pontiac. I just happen to be the conduit to do it. My band, Fat Greasy, is going to play James Brown. We're going to play Aretha. We're going to play just Oasis, whatever comes out of my mouth is going to come on that stage. And so if you need a break from all of the messiness, the negativity, the people who try to mishandle you. Come on down and dance. I've invited the mayor, and he's promised me that he's going to stay and actually enjoy himself. And if I can get him to dance on the floor, I've improved this whole city. Because people need to see us just act common so we can have common fun. Amen? That's how I feel. Secondly, I want to say that I witnessed something I've never seen in my life. I witnessed my community / Michael's community, District 7, come together on Sunday, or was it Saturday? I want to make sure I got it right. I think it was Saturday. And they gave out 500 book bags. Backpacks. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about Angela Allen. I'm talking about Aqua Gwing. I'm talking about Max Main. I'm talking about everybody, Buff Love the Kids. And these people are people you don't recognize, but if you're from the east side, you know who they are. And I want to acknowledge publicly what they were able to accomplish. And it happens through Jerry Barbecue. They didn't ask for no accolades, but sometimes we have to make sure we respect and honor those on the ground level who get the job done when we just can't always do everything. I want to thank Kano Phillips, who gave out, I think, about 5,000 backpacks. I want to thank the people who gave me backpacks for people in District 1. So if you, at the sound of my voice, you have a student that's in District 1 who did not, that's the word, keyword, did not receive a backpack, text me. My number is 248-390-0591. I'm tired. Again, it's 248-390-0591. I have a backpack for you because I want our kids, especially in District 1, to have what they need. Last but certainly not least, this is what I want to say. I support making sure that we take care of our own. But I wonder when there ever come a time that the same people that I support will come down here and support us. Every week, we are attacked because we are doing stuff that has never been done before. No one has ever seen the deal we did with the Phoenix Center, but we did that. No one has ever seen streets being prepared. I ain't never in my life seen East Pike gonna get connected to the Clinton River Trail, but we did that. I ain't never seen a grant department get 29 million plus some funding to help improve this city, but we did that. So when you hear all of these people coming at y'all upset because they got put off boards, upset because they unattractive, remember this, if you don't have haters, you are not doing a good job. I love my haters. I make sure my makeup done every week because I want to look good when you're talking about me. So stand in your truth and know that each council president on here, y'all do the damn thing. Y'all do the hard jobs. Y'all do the heavy lifting. And one of the things I love about me is I'm used to haters because it doesn't do nothing to make me look good, go buy another girdle, and I buy a new dress. And on that note, I say, good night.
I was going to say almost the exact same thing. You took my words. No, I have two announcements. The first is I want to make sure the community knows that there's a teenage girl reported missing from the east side. Talia Sparks is 14 years old, and she's been gone since August 14th. She lives on North Sanford and hasn't been seen by her family since. So the Oakland County Sheriff's Office is asking for everyone to keep a lookout. Ms. Sparks is, again, 14 years old, 5 feet 7 inches tall, 224 pounds with black hair. And the phone number, if anyone knows where she may be or has seen her, please call the Sheriff's Office at 248-850-4950. I've posted it on my City Councilperson Facebook page, shared it on my personal Facebook page. I've also emailed all of our District 7 neighbors who have shared their email addresses and get their regular updates from me. So please share that. Please keep a lookout, and please make it be known. Let it be reported if you know where she is or you've seen her or happen to see her soon. And then finally, I just want to say this is an extremely stellar and talented city council. And I say that probably the person who has the best vantage point of all 7 council members in terms of their tenacity, intellect, savvy skills, strategic thinking, perseverance, hard work. We are at the conclusion of the 104th City Council session, and it is 10:35 p.m. That's just one small instance of multiplied over many other instances where your Pontiac City Council has rolled up their sleeves, done the hard work, researched, come equipped, come prepared, been resilient, had tough skin, gone through the fire, and still coming out on the other side to make the hard decisions to move our city forward. And so just as somebody who is, as the council president, seeing it up close and personal, I just wanted to personally communicate that and vouch for how impressive this city council is to a member. And iron sharpens iron. I know that I am a stronger city council person because of how strong this city council is. So keep sharpening me, keep sharpening one another, and when we occasionally stab one another, I don't know where I'm going with this metaphor. I'll just stop and say thank you so much to the city council for your hard work. I am done with my closing comments. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Nicholson, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Maybe.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion
Good
carries.
night.
We stand adjourned at 10:36.